I'd like to call the regular San Gabriel City Council meeting to order, Tuesday, February 6, 2024, 6:30 p.m. Tonight we'll have our Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Ding.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Harrington,
Here.
Vice Mayor Wu, Councilmember Chan,
Here.
Councilmember Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Menchaca.
Here.
Thank you. We'll now have some announcements from our clerk.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on the city's online platforms. If you wish to address the City Council during tonight's meeting, we request that you please complete a speaker request card and hand it to the clerk. When speaking, please state your name for the record. If you wish to receive City Council agendas, please sign up on the city's website.
Thank you. Next, approval of the agenda order. Do we have any objections to the agenda order? Seeing none, so approved. Next item, please.
Item number 2, presentations. 8, Black History Month. Mayor Harrington will make the presentation.
Thank you. So tonight we have a proclamation. It's going to be presented to Lonnie Kent Edmond. Lonnie's artwork is currently exhibited in Blossom Market just down the street, and that artwork is sponsored by Dr. Chastity Jennings Nunez. He's not able to attend tonight in person, but Lonquente is a Los Angeles-based contemporary artist who works in paintings and collages and mixed media. Lonquente is an iconic artist who has been creating whimsical and vibrant works of art for decades. His work is heavily influenced by the jazz music he grew up listening to as a teen in the 1970s. All right, so I have a proclamation tonight. This is the proclamation. Whereas the City of San Gabriel's honor, strength, and distinction can be attributed to the diversity of cultures and traditions that are celebrated by our residents, and whereas African Americans have played a significant role in the history of our nation and California's economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development while working tirelessly to promote their culture and history, and whereas a result of their determination, hard work, and perseverance, African Americans have made a valuable and lasting contribution to our community and to our state, achieving exceptional success in all aspects of society, including business, education, politics, science, and the arts. And whereas in 1976, Black History Month was formally adopted to honor and affirm the importance of Black history throughout our American experience, and is full of individuals who took a stance against prejudice, advanced the cause of civil rights, strengthened families, communities, and our nation. And whereas all Americans are encouraged to reflect on past successes and challenges of African Americans and to look to the future to improve society so we live up to the ideals of freedom, equality, and justice. Now, therefore, the Mayor and City Council of San Gabriel do declare February 2024 as Black History Month, and we invite everyone to recognize this month to celebrate the diversity and character of our community and to highlight the importance of sharing our culture, customs, traditions with those around us. And I urge all citizens of San Gabriel to join me in this special observance, dated February 6, 2024. And with that, I believe we have a video for the artist. So let's. Looks like an audio so far. Yeah, let's redo that. Thank you. So next item, please.
Item 3, public comment. This time is set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of interest that are not on the agenda but are within subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. If you wish to address the council, please fill out a speaker's request card and hand it to the clerk. Mayor, we've received 2 public comments for this item. The first one is from Dr. Chastity Jennings Nunez, resident, and it reads as follows. To the City Council and residents of San Gabriel, the first enslaved Africans arrived in America in 1619. From that moment on, Black people who are descendants of the enslaved people have been as intricate a part of American history as pilgrims who arrived in 1620. And their descendants, the contributions, culture, and achievements of Black Americans were not downplayed and not recognized. They were actively hidden, appropriated, and stolen. It was another 300 years before the Harvard-trained African-American historian Carter G. Woodson proposed Negro History Week in 1925. It was another 50 years in 1976 that it was announced as Black History Month by President Ford, and all Americans were encouraged to spend at least the month of February celebrating all that Black Americans have added to our country. The Association for the Study of African American Life and Histories, ASALH, Black History Month theme for 2024 is African Americans and the Arts. So it is particularly appropriate that San Gabriel is recognizing the art exhibit at Blossom Market Hall. Lonnie Edmond is an artist, Angelino, and African American, and his vibrant Cubism-influenced art celebrates our culture. This is my 2nd year sponsoring an art exhibit, and I am incredibly grateful for the artists who participate, Blossom Market Hall for the beautiful space, my family for their support, and my father, James Jennings, whose own life as an artist is honored with these exhibits. I want to thank the City Clerk's office and the City Council for their recognition and encouraging residents to actively participate in Black History Month by visiting the exhibit and participating in activities in the San Gabriel Public Library. Sincerely, Dr. Chastity Jennings Nunez, San Gabriel resident and here commissioner. The next public comment is from Cynthia Talavera, resident, and it's in regards to the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society concerns. Because of my close connection in the past as volunteer at San Gabriel Valley Humane Society, I've been getting a lot of questions about what is going on at the shelters. And for some residents and volunteers are very concerned, especially for the dogs and cats and kittens that are no longer there. I too am very concerned about the recent closure and reopening of the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society last week on February 1st and the transfer of several animals to the Inland Valley Humane Society. Conflicting posts put out by the San Gabriel shelter state that the Inland Valley shelter stepped up and is placing 60 San Gabriel animals in forever homes, leading readers to believe that they are already safely placed. But when you go to the Inland's website, there's an emergency plea for fosters and adopters for animals that are from another shelter. I worry about the fate of the animals along with their community members and volunteers who are once again left in the dark wondering what is going on. As usual, there is no transparency in the shelter operations which leaves people stressed and worried about the animals they have come to love. Volunteers cannot question operations for fear of being terminated, so they remain silent. We used to feel a sense of security for the animals at our shelter, but with the increase of euthanasia in recent months and now the transfer of animals, confidence in SGVHS is running thin. People used to surrender or turn in animals to our shelter because of the past reputation of being a low kill and the fact that animals were safer there than in any other shelters. I resigned from being a shelter volunteer after 2 beloved dogs were euthanized. I always loved my activities at the shelter, hoping to save lives, but now I speak out in honor of Donatella, who was euthanized last November in the hope of saving other lives. Thank you for reading this comment. I just want to be sure the council and city officials are aware of the situation. That's all I
Thank
have.
you. Are there any members of the public that would like to address council? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Next item, please.
Next item is item 4, consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendation will be approved in one motion unless a member of the city council or public requests separate discussion. Mayor, we have not received any other public comments at this time.
Thank you. Is there any council member who would like to remove an item or pull an item for separate discussion? Seeing none, we will I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Menchaca, a second by Vice Mayor Wu. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is public hearing. A zone text amendment to update the San Gabriel Municipal Code relating to new state law that would allow medicinal cannabis delivery-only retailers in the M1 zone.
Thank you. I'm now going to open the public hearing. Planning Manager Samantha Toussart will make the staff presentation.
Thank you. Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is a zone text amendment, ZTA 23-004. As mentioned at the previous City Council meeting on January 16th, the proposed zone text amendment is in response to Senate Bill 1186, the Medicinal Cannabis Patients' Right to Access Act. This bill went into effect January 1st of this year, and it precludes cities and counties from adopting and enforcing regulations that prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the retail of medicinal cannabis by delivery. To provide a little bit of background, Senate Bill 1186 is really a continuance of nearly 30 years of existing legislation that govern medical cannabis use in California and in San Gabriel. Starting in 1996, voters approved Proposition 215, the Compassionate Act of 1996, and this initiative provided immunity from criminal action for patients and primary caregivers for possession and cultivation of cannabis if there has been a doctor recommendation for medical use. Then in 2004, the legislature enacted Senate Bill 420, referred to as Medical Marijuana Program, to clarify the scope of Proposition 215, to establish a voluntary program for identification cards for qualified patients and primary caregivers. Followed by 2008, the city passed ordinance number 579, prohibiting medical cannabis dispensaries in all zones of the city. Then Assembly Bill 2650 and Assembly Bill 1300, which amended Senate Bill 420 to expressly recognize the authority of counties and cities to adopt local ordinances that regulate the location, operation, and establishment of medical cannabis facilities. In 2015, Governor Brown signed 3 bills into law, collectively known as the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act. And this initiative established various licensing categories, as well as maintaining local control in that the state would not issue licenses if activities were prohibited by the local jurisdiction. Then in 2016, the city passed Ordinance 625, reaffirming the prohibition of commercial medical cannabis use in the city and to prohibit cultivation of medical use by qualified patients and primary caregivers. But then also in 2016, on the November ballot, voters passed Proposition 64, also known as the Adult Use of Cannabis Act, which legalizes the recreational use of cannabis by adults ages 21 and over and allows for personal cultivation of up to 6 plants. In 2017, the city passed Ordinance 642, adopting regulations prohibiting all non-medical commercial cannabis activities, impose limitations on personal cultivation of cannabis, but allowed the transportation of cannabis products on the city's roadways as required by the law, but restricted deliveries from originating from within the city. And as mentioned, here we are this evening. In 2022, Governor Newsom signed Senate Bill 1186. And then on January 16th of this year, the City Council passed an interim urgency ordinance establishing the 45-day temporary moratorium on the use. So Senate Bill 1186 lists several areas where local jurisdictions cannot regulate, such as limiting the number of businesses, frequency of deliveries, and quantity of the cannabis. However, the Senate bill does allow cities and counties to set standards and to have the ability to protect sensitive uses like schools and residents, and to adopt and enforce regulations on zoning requirements, security and public health and safety requirements, licensing, and imposing taxes. It is typical to see in a zone text amendment a combination of strike-throughs and underlines to represent deletions and additions. In this particular case, the proposed zone text amendment includes primarily additions to keep all other prohibitions in place while adding in the new definitions, standards, and processes in response to Senate Bill 1186. So some examples are here, definitions of what is medicinal cannabis, also what qualifies as a primary caregiver, and a qualified patient, and these are all defined under the Health and Safety Code. So currently under the use table in the zoning code, cannabis use is prohibited overall, and the proposed amendment would update the code to allow for delivery-only retail in the M1 light manufacturing zone, subject to a conditional use permit. The proposed amendment would clarify that the use will be delivery only with no storefront operations and no customer walk-ins. Distance requirements will be defined, including 600 feet from any school, park, daycare, youth center, and rehabilitation facility, and not within 1,000 feet of another operation. In addition to the conditional use permit requirement, there will be an administrative permitting requirement that would take place after the discretionary process, and that would monitor the operation standards for this use. It's very similar to the model that was established for massage businesses. There's a discretionary process followed by administrative process comprised of potentially the city manager, fire chief, and the other police chief and other city department. This item was presented to the Planning Commission at the January 8th meeting, and the commission agreed to recommend to the City Council to adopt the ordinance with the 3-1 vote. And with that, the recommendation before the City Council this evening is to conduct a public hearing, discuss the proposed ordinance number 702, waive the full reading and introduce ordinance number 702 by title only, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Gabriel, California, amending Chapter 153 zoning code of the San Gabriel Municipal Code relating to medicinal cannabis delivery-only retailers in the M1 light manufacturing zone subject to a conditional use permit, and to waive future reading of the ordinance and schedule the second reading and adoption of the ordinance for the next regular City Council meeting on February 20th, and the ordinance would then become effective 30 days after. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any technical or factual questions from council?
I have a quick question on the staff report in the binder, page 8, and it's also included in your presentation. There's a chart, and I don't quite understand one minor thing on there. Let me see. It's on page 8 of the main staff report. There's, I guess it's section 153.151, use regulations, and it's a chart type of use. Commercial, C1, C3, light manufacturing is M1. And the second row down, there's a strike through on the X and an addition of a C. What does that mean? I didn't quite understand that.
Yes, thank you for the question. The X represents prohibited, and C would be conditional use.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Also, one other minor thing, it might be more a lawyer thing or legal wording. item on page 17, which is attachment A. It's all the additional underline, which is, as you explained, additional. And then the strike-through is the text that was replaced. On the top of page 17, which is attachment A, second line, it talks about the Ventura County Department of Public Health. Should that be changed to LA County?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, just minor, yeah, I'm sure there's templates, and so, okay, that's all I have for now, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have clarifying questions? Vice Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Samantha. I have questions regarding the facility that will be allowed to build only in M1 zoning, or actually they're also allowed for C1?
No, just in the M1 zone with the conditional use permit.
Okay, and second thing is, what about a signage? If they apply for like signage and cannabis and something, is that permitted?
That is a good question. I don't remember if that was something, no advertisement of the use. I believe that's one of the regulations.
Because the facility is only for them to deliver.
Yes.
But they don't really need a sign and showing the business they are running. This is only for the storage and deliver.
Cannabis. I don't believe the language addresses signage on whether a wall sign would be allowed for this type of use. However, no advertising of the use.
So let's say if we adopt that today, then they are allowed to put their sign as just like other businesses.
Unless there's a limitation added by the council to not have signage on the building.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
Oh, one more quick thing. Back to my first question on page 8 with the chart. The use regulations 153.151. So what we're saying is that even in the commercial C1 and C3 zoning, the X's mean that it's prohibited in those areas. So the only area where we would say conditional use would be in the M1, the light manufacturing. But what about residential? That's also a no?
Correct.
Okay, I see. So M1, you were saying, is the only place that we would allow?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have clarifying questions? Okay, I have a couple here, Samantha. I noticed in the ordinance, we don't require cameras, and I know in the past we've had this discussion. Was there any thought of like providing cameras? I mean, I know this is a business that does often get targeted for burglaries, robberies.
I think it, Mr. Mayor, I think
That's interior spaces though, right?
it's exterior also.
Parking lots? I know there's going to be delivery drivers coming and going. I saw interior and I saw exits, but not parking lots. I know that's more than likely that's where a delivery driver would have something happen, so I don't know if we can address that. And then are there any additional fees above and beyond the, like impact, are there any type of impact fees besides, I saw there are permit fees and application fees, but how about ongoing costs to the city?
No, that was not analyzed as part of this ordinance. That is something that staff can follow up with.
I think that'd be a good idea simply because I know we'll get sales tax. I know it's taxed. However, there are impacts above and beyond that I'm sure that we could next go around when we do our fee study. I think this type of business should be included. I think that's it as far as clarifying. Anyone else have questions? All So with that, we'll open public comment. Do you have any public comment cards?
Andrew.
We have one member of the audience so far.
I have a question for Samantha. It says cannabis delivery and then commercial cannabis delivery. What's the difference there?
Yes, thank you for the question, and I actually thought whether I should have included that definition in the definition. So within the proposed regulations, it does define what is medical, which is clearly related to medical conditions and also in working with the doctor. But also, sorry. Also, on page 9 of the report, there's also a definition for commercial cannabis, which is for commercial that's not related with medical conditions.
So are we going to have that in the city?
No, so that's prohibited, and that is in place, and it's not being altered
Okay, so that's prohibited in our city.
currently.
So that would be
yes.
like a dispensary type of thing?
Yes.
Okay, so the other question I have is, now we have like some pharmacies in the city, right? Would they be able to sell cannabis like via delivery? Because I know we have, because there's actually one, I believe, right across the street from Gabrielino, there's a small little like private pharmacy there, and then I know we have CVS and a couple other. Would they be able to sell it under this whatever ordinance we're gonna propose?
We would have to check under the health and safety code as far as whether or not standard pharmacies fall under their definition.
Okay.
But most of this is regulated by the health and safety code. It's just being carried into local regulations.
Okay, and then are we gonna limit the number of these type of businesses? Because I know originally when they passed, I don't know, what is it, Proposition 64 or something like that, or Measure 64 for the recreational cannabis, and then some of the cities, that I believe Pasadena was one of them, that they had a limit to how many dispensaries they could have. And they had like a lottery for those who applied. Are we gonna set a limit to how many of these types of businesses we're gonna have in our city?
So I can answer because after our historic I would say our historic regulation of the massage parlors, we learned that you can't set an actual number. However, we do have distance limits. So for example, it can't be within 600 feet of a park, a school, or within 1,000 feet of another dispensary. So that's going to create a number that someone will hit. Like, so if there's one here, another dispensary can't be next door, it has to be 1,000 feet away. So if you mapped it out, and none of those can be next to a school, a park, those types of things. So there is a number, we just can't say it's 10 or 11 or 12. We can just say health and safety reasons, you can't locate next to a school, or you can't be next to another dispensary because we don't want them all conglomerated in one spot.
Okay.
So there is a number, we just don't know it.
And then, what part of the town, what part of the city would be considered M1?
Yes, that's centralized to commercial, so around the commercial area, Augustino and that area, by the railroads.
It pretty much starts right here and then runs down Augustino. Broadway and Augustino.
Mr. Mayor, if I may have to apologize to you. I thought I saw your question about having the cameras. I saw, it says interior, but it also says all entrances and exits. So I don't know, maybe that's not clear as to,
Yeah, that's not a parking lot though, because there's gonna be,
yeah.
say someone goes out the exit and someone's waiting in the parking lot, that's my concern, like the whole premises. I get the inside, outside exits, but
Yeah, so.
it's just something to look at. We can easily add and property, the entire property.
My apologies, yeah.
Of
Okay.
course. Do we have any other public comment cards?
No other speaker request cards.
Anyone else in the audience like to address council? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment, and I will close the public hearing, and it's now time for council deliberation and discussion. Do we have any deliberation or discussion? Councilmember Menchaca.
Great, thank you. Samantha, would you like to come up, and, or whoever else? Oh, okay. So I wanted to make sure I understood this correctly. What we're looking at, it sounds more like those Amazon fulfillment centers where nothing's being manufactured there. It's just, you have the product, and people just come up to pick it up, or we have it delivered? Is that?
That's correct. It's primarily coordinating the deliveries, and then the deliveries would occur, and then that would be the
Okay, so
use.
people cannot pick up their product there?
Correct, yes,
okay.
yes. It's not intended for walk-up. There isn't a storefront. It's not meant, aside from the employees of the facility, should not be going to the facility for any form of pickup.
Okay, so it's just strictly delivery, no pickup, but somebody delivers it there, and then they go out to deliver it. Okay. And then I guess what some of the confusion is, too, is that we're naming it a light manufacturing zone. The M1 is manufacturing. Shouldn't we have like something else? Because it sounds like we're manufacturing it. That's the only, I know there's a conditional use permit, but it's very deceiving. And, you know, I had the same question with regard to, you know, can we limit the numbers? But if it's such a small area, I can't, you know, I always get concerned because of the massage parlors. We had like 60 of them at one point. And so, you know, we didn't limit those, even though all we can do is distance. But this really narrows it down, because M1 it's not that many possibilities, right? But you don't know like how many, officially, like how many businesses do we have in the M1 zone? But I can't imagine it being that many.
That's correct. And M1, generally speaking, for zoning represents light manufacturing, industrial, warehousing. It's just that catch-all. But in zoning, if you add all that descriptive stuff, then it just gets very long. What distinguishes the use is that it's not a commercial area. So it's not one where you can go up to the storefront and purchase something. It's intended just to be industrial type uses. So although that's the name attached to the M1 classification, it does include all those other industrial type uses.
So it does include warehousing and that kind of usage. Oh, thank you.
Anytime, Councilman. Okay. And then, let me see. So we can't limit the number, but we can assign the distance. So again, because M1 is so limited, you add the schools, you add the church, you add everything we have, daycare centers, youth centers, you know, facilities. Yeah, there's not much left. So do you have any predictions? How many you think we're going to have? None? Okay. Can you tell us when we have one? I'm kind of interested to see if we even have any. It's just, it would just doesn't seem to be a fit for our community.
Yes, and working with the city manager, we can provide an update to the council.
Okay, yeah, I like to know how many we end up having. Let's see. Okay, so this is strictly for medical, not recreation, the delivery, correct? And is this something that's, if they're not gonna have any kind of signage, I mean, we still don't know, right? I mean, they could put down anything they want. I mean, I think it still would be helpful for the community to know it's there. So I'm just kind of curious, what's the criteria for the signage? Is that going to be, or it should be in the conditional use permit in some way?
So currently within this regulation, there is not a restriction that the business cannot have signage. It would just be subject to the city's signage code chapter as far as location, size, and placement, unless the council adds that limitation to this ordinance that the business should not include signage of any form.
So our current signage ordinance, I mean, what are the boundaries? I mean, could they say cannabis here, or, I mean, what is allowed?
Right, so generally speaking, at the time, for most businesses, at the time of business license application, there is this requirement for identification of some form, whether it be in the form of a wall sign, window signage, whatever that may be. As far as content of signage, that is First Amendment rights that the city does not regulate, short of anything that is obscene or inappropriate to be in the form of signage. But those would be the criteria.
Okay. So with M1, there won't be any residential nearby because it's mostly industrial. I can think on Augustino, there is an art academy that I'm aware of on Pine. That would be the closest, and there's a church right next to it. But they would have to be 600 feet from there, which is not a huge distance. So, yeah, I would be interested too. I am interested in the signage, but I guess we'll see when it comes up. Maybe when you give us that report of our first one, be interesting to see what they put on that signage. Because they could be, like the mayor said, a target, or it just gives information to people that it's there. And so I hate to hide things also from the community, but I don't want them to be concerned either. It's a fine balance, I know. But, and I guess there's not much more we can do here. This is, we have to allow it. Right. But, okay, well, thank you. That was all, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments, questions?
May I? I've got one
Certainly.
quick, going back to the timeline, just a quick comment and a question. For the timeline, the 2004, where they had that Senate Bill 420, I saw what they did there.
Yes.
Oh,
Makes it very clear.
Coincidence, right? And then now the technical question, I guess, and maybe it might be a lawyer question, but going to the timeline 2016, on the, I guess I back up a question. So what we're doing here is for medical, we're allowing for medical use only?
Yes, it's medically related to be
Okay.
delivered to qualified caregivers and
Okay.
patients.
But then, so I guess the legal question is, in the timeline, where one of the items from 2016, the November ballot and Proposition 64, it allows recreational use by anybody over 21. So we don't have to follow that?
This is relating only to allowing delivery within the city. We don't have to allow delivery within the city for recreational marijuana.
I see. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Tony, any questions?
Still not quite understand the delivery, but they cannot purchase the premise. So, meaning it's they are cannabis, the supply, they deliver the cannabis over there, and how the people will be go to the pickup, or they distribute it?
No, it's delivery only, so it's not intended for any members of the public to walk up to the building to purchase or even to
Yeah.
enter.
But that was, if it's just only delivery, how they can distribute it out. That's interesting too.
Right,
Otherwise,
so-
they only have the people just store the kind of just for the storage. That that's otherwise doesn't mean if the storage how they can distribute it. Yeah.
Oh, to have a certain amount on site. That would be information, unfortunately, that we will not get more information about until first the discretionary process, when this information has to be shared with the Planning Commission, and then through the administrative process. Not necessarily the quantity, but the fact that it's associated with the medical requirement. There's many levels of regulations when it comes to this type of use, just not the local regulations. The local regulation is really the zoning, where it's placed, the operators to make sure that they have all the licenses that they need to provide information about how they're going to operate the building, and then generally to provide information about how they'll get the cannabis to the patient.
Yeah, you are talking about the how to operation. So if it's my question is I want to know how they operation, because they deliver over there, how they maybe they deliver to somewhere else, that's it, or they, how they can operate it. That's interesting. So then we can find that for our like resident, like or safety or concern too.
So, Councilmember Ding, if I'm understanding your question, the business that would go through our conditional use permit process and be allowed in the manufacturing zone, they would be able to deliver to patients in our city who have a medical marijuana card. And it would be whether they sell online or whether they, sell through other advertising over the phone. The delivery driver would take marijuana from the facility here in San Gabriel and drive it to a patient somewhere in the city or outside of the city, but only taking it to addresses, dropping it off. There will not be any pickup at that site. So that's how their business model will have to work.
Okay, all right, I understand. Thank you, Mark. And so, if like this kind of business model, so is there a way? I think for the advertising, they don't need the advertising because they deliver to somewhere else. They don't need like a very visible sign, right? They don't need that. So maybe I don't know. We can put on that some condition on the sign on that. So just to let some, especially for the like teenage or under 21 years old, if they don't see it, maybe it's to protect them too. That's I think about it too. Because based on that, this is a kind of business operation, right?
That's a good question. Are we going to, is part of the, I don't recall the contents of the text exactly. Are we disallowing signage?
The city,
Or do we want to, do we want to disallow signage and are we allowed to do it? If that's what we want to do.
Okay, so
this question should be.
is there a question or it's
This question.
it's a now discussion, right?
Yeah,
Attorney's
yeah,
here
so
to
go ahead.
say or-
I mean,
For the way the ordinance is currently written, the business would fall under our normal signage codes and our zoning regulations, and manufacturing businesses are allowed to have signs. So if it's the council's desire to not have a sign, then we would have to add it specifically to this ordinance to say that medical marijuana delivery businesses cannot have a sign. I would ask the city attorney if there's some other thing that I'm not thinking about, that every business is allowed to have a sign, but I'm not thinking why they would need to. From a fire and safety standpoint, they need to have an address on the front of the building so that we know where they are and we can arrive there, but we don't need anything else from a city standpoint.
Yeah, signs are commercial speech, so they have a lower standard, and I believe we can put reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have one more question for Samantha. Are we limiting them for quantity of storage for the, no, right? So if they say, I would like to rent a 10,000 square feet warehouse and I need a 40 feet like a loading dock, so they're okay to do it. We don't limit them with the size of the building and also the quantity of the cannabis, the medical use marijuana. Is
Correct.
that correct?
Per the bill, quantity, frequency, it's not to be regulated.
So there, okay, there is no regulation.
as long as they can pay the rent, right?
Well, I mean, so the second question is, I mean, what happens if they have a fire and that burned the storage? I mean, then is that like entire city is going to high?
The whole city's high.
Depends which way the wind is blowing.
To me, I mean, that's kind of important because that is not only the pollution of the air, but that could be cause a lot of consequences when there's a fire. So, I mean, do we have like a higher standard on their sprinkler system, because we cannot afford that if they have burned those weeds and that is flying everywhere.
Can only say that that can only be determined if there's a tenant improvement, depending on the building, depending on what's existing within. And then it'll be subject to the review of the fire marshal and building division, and unless there's specific language in here that speaks to ventilation.
But Councilman Wu, I mean, realistically, I mean, that's true for any business that has chemicals. I mean, you could go to any pharmacy, and if that thing catches fire and whatever toxic chemicals are in there, or even a printing shop, so, I mean, it's probably not much difference legally then, but that's my thought.
Right, so that would be, this is why we have like a C zoning, so that is closer to the 51, I guess, yeah. And also, I would like to talk about the signage with my colleagues, because there are several, we have numerous of the cases, the criminal cases, that our city's drugstore got robbed or burglary because they need those prescription drugs, and those are so expensive. And for signage issue, I would say, since they are not really selling that, they are not retail store, they are just a storage, and it's only for delivery and transportation purpose. And there's no, I think there's no need, no demands for any sign there, except the street number.
Right.
Because to us, I mean, this is just another, no one really knows that if any city has like a hidden storage for Amazon. They're really low key, because they don't need people to know that they have a storage there. Right. The same thing here. It will not be a good idea to have the facility like this very visible to the public, and that could create a little bit more crime issue. That
Yeah,
people will just steal the
I
things.
agree with that.
Right, breaking, burglary. So that's why I would say, if possible, I will ask my colleagues, we should really prohibit them from
Having
any
signage.
kind of signage, any wording about cannabis and medical use marijuana. Not everything. I mean, because they don't need that.
I agree with that.
Right. So that's my comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Wu, if I can just do a quick follow-up on page 16 at the very top, it does speak to odor control devices and techniques generally as part of the business, not necessarily associated with the fire, but just general operations. So there is that provision in the ordinance.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments?
So for, we still have like, if they have two different company to do that, so we have any like a distance on this, so I try find out.
Yes, the distance separation between two businesses is 1,000 square feet.
1,000 square feet.
I mean, 1,000 feet.
1,000 feet, but I think probably on the industries, probably maybe for your calculation, probably how many maximum they can have? Just in case, just give to us an idea.
The reason why that is an unknown factor is because it's also based on the different types of uses that are already existing within the manufacturing zone. So although the M1 zone is very broad, there's different types of uses, such as the Asian Youth Center, a church, there's different types of businesses. So within that, and then to measure the 600 feet, and then potentially two businesses within the area, it's just difficult to say for certainty what that number will be.
Hard to estimate. I mean, until the real physical location, then you can find out. Right?
One can potentially locate in the zone.
Okay.
Actually, I have the related question then. How do we come up with that 1,000 feet? Is that the maximum we're allowed? Or is there a legal standard for what, I mean, are we allowed to say 2,000, 5,000? Or how do we come up with that 1,000 feet?
Through my experience, it had to be reasonable. If we said like 5,000 feet, that's the entire city could have one.
Oh, okay, okay.
That was our experience, and
Okay.
someone could
You need to
challenge.
have a reasonable basis for the distance. I'm sure that went into the thinking of the ordinance. And as the mayor said, if you made it so extreme that it appeared that the purpose of that was to eliminate the business, then
Right.
you would have a problem.
I was just curious, is it that other cities we're going off other cities that use 1,000 feet as their standard, or?
My understanding at the time of the massage parlors, it was litigated, and that had been held up in court as
Okay.
reasonable.
I see, thanks.
I was going to mention, it's the same, what we use for the massage parlors, so.
I have the more question it's the councilman, vice mayor would asking if just in case fire, whole city have the smell. So that's for the insurance point. So is it we have any like a specification regarding this kind of business? So asking them what kind of insurance they have to provide it. Not that if they just say the liability, but should be specified if the cannabis happen, this kind of liability will be covered or not.
Looking at you.
Are we, the premise of the question seems to be suggesting that this type of business is creating a more hazardous fire risk than the other businesses in the zone. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. I was, I mean, they could have chemicals in the building next door that if they're lit, they are volatile and,
Right.
so.
All right. Okay.
Whatever risk there might be from the smoke, it could be offset by the boon to the local restaurants.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Smoke problem. Okay.
And there's nothing being manufactured, is that they're already sealed in their packages, so I think it's very different from cultivation.
Because sometimes the insurance also need to specify. Sometimes it looks like it's a liability. Actually something happened, they don't cover that.
But the rules,
That's my question though, on asking.
ru-
For the insurance company provide the insurance to this kind of business, so we make sure is something happen, that's my experience,
but I'm sure our code, with the wording, forces those business owners to get the proper kind of insurance anyway, right? So,
Just to elaborate my point, and I'm a little, forgive my ignorance here, but I think a lot of the form of the cannabis could be, it isn't necessarily big bales of dry plant matter that's flammable. It could be in the form of edibles and things that may not even respond much to the fire, maybe fire retardant, even if they're jelly flammables or something, edibles. So I just don't know that we've got a reason to have a particular concern about that.
and if they are edibles, they may qualify as a bakery.
maybe can consult a neighborhood city, they are what kind of insurance or insurance company can prove, yeah. Sorry, it's sometimes asking question, but we can discuss, right? So, yeah. Okay, thank you.
So one last question, Samantha, for me, which is, I don't know in the state law or whether the ordinance, I didn't see it in the ordinance, but I don't know, maybe the state law covers this. Is the delivery service required to deliver to a physical address? Like deliver to either a house or a apartment or wherever, because I don't want them delivering to like the corner of this or the corner of that. And I don't know if that's something that we could require or if that's exempt or, yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is there something that defines where the delivery has to occur? Like, so for example, if they get a dispatch, it's not the corner of Valley and Del Mar. If not, that's something I think we should try and get in there somewhere, wherever it fits.
To answer Mayor Harrington's question, a quick review looks like it does require a physical address, but in order to say that more surely, and I'm hearing the council talking about wanting to come up with signage and also a code or a prohibition on signage, and also a change to the draft ordinance that would require security cameras in the parking lot. I might suggest that we bring this back at a future meeting with those changes so that the public has a benefit of seeing those, and we can provide answers to those questions. And if the law doesn't currently require a physical address for delivery, then we can talk with the city attorney's office about the ability to add that to our own ordinance.
Assuming the council wants that provision?
I just wanted to check on this moratorium. We're still within that timeline, because otherwise then we could have applications taking place.
That's a great question, and regardless of whether we adopt this tonight, we are still going to have to extend the moratorium, because you'll recall the moratorium expires after 45 days. And even if we adopt this tonight, the second reading would be in our next meeting, and then it would not go in effect for 30 days. So we would still have to come back and extend the moratorium at least once. So the short answer to your question is we will be extending that moratorium, and we would not be in danger of a business coming and applying in the meantime. So we would have that loophole closed.
We would just continue this hearing, or we would have to go through it again.
It would be a consent agenda, we would still go through a
We'd
public
continued
hearing.
so
Yeah.
we wouldn't have to reread everything and represent and all that. It would just be tying up all the loose ends. So with that, do we want to vote on what we have, or do we want to make changes to this? What's the will of the council? Or I can entertain a motion, either way.
I guess I would be in favor of continuing the hearing and having staff add those couple things we talked about, seeing if it's legal to require a physical, street address, and also the issue of whether it's legal to disallow signage. So those two are my issues, if we can add that into whatever we have so far.
Anyone else?
I thought there was a couple more besides those. Wasn't there a couple more that you mentioned, Mark?
The three I'm hearing is research on the physical address required to make a delivery for the person who's buying the marijuana. The second would be a prohibition on signage, and the third would be an amendment to the section that talks about cameras and requiring them on the parking lot and exterior.
Right, yeah.
And then a fee study for the future.
And then
And the delivery of the physical? Yeah, okay. So that's 4. Did I count 4 correctly? Okay.
Just the technical correction of Ventura County.
Yeah. Do we need a motion for that, or can staff take it?
just a motion to continue the public hearing until February the 20th.
So should I second your motion, or?
You had made a motion. Do you want to amend it as we discussed?
Yes, I would like to make that motion as we discussed.
As we discussed. We have a second.
I'll second.
Right.
Just for clarification, the only motion we need is to continue the public hearing until February the 20th.
That was Councilmember Chan's motion.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Chan, a second by Councilmember Menchaca. So we will vote to continue.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0 to continue the public hearing item to February 20th.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is item 6, continued business. We have none. The next one is new business, item number 7A, fiscal year 2024-25 community budget survey results, budget calendar, and budget priorities. Finance Director Kaholokua will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. So the fiscal year 2024-25 budget process has begun. This presentation is going to provide the results of a community budget survey that was conducted in January, as well as this will open up our first public discussion regarding budget priorities for fiscal year 24-25. So just a little introduction. On January 25th, budget worksheets were provided to city departments with instructions to begin putting their departmental budgets together. There will be multiple opportunities, as the council will see in the calendar that we'll be going over, for the council to weigh in on the budget as well as the public. We'll have multiple public meetings, beginning with this one. And just, overall, our budget operations kind of have their structure. And then from there, we have incremental changes where if we're implementing new programs, expanding programs, or also allocating funds for one-time cost or infrequent expenditures. So the community budget survey was open from January 3rd through January 17th. It was advertised on multiple platforms, including the city's website, social media, Colorado newspaper. And so there were 12 broad categories that were provided, and respondents were asked to prioritize the 12 categories from least to greatest. And so we received 171 responses. The categories were general in nature to get, instead of being like specific budget items, just to get a general understanding of the priorities of the community and those interested in the city of San Gabriel's budget for 24-25. So as mentioned earlier, there will be additional opportunities for the public to weigh in as well as the council. So without further ado, here are the results of the budget survey. And so we could say, to a large degree, the priorities identified in the community budget survey aligns with the city council's budget priorities over the last few years. So the tied for number one top priority out of the 12 was repairing streets and potholes and focusing on public safety. Moving on up, number 3 was focusing on parks, facilities, and pools. Number 4, attracting and retaining businesses. Number 5, focusing on youth and after-school programs. Number 6, addressing homelessness. Moving on to focusing on senior programs. Next is focus on mental health services. And then moving on to save for future infrastructure replacement, public safety headquarters. Third from the last is pay down city liabilities. And then number 11 is focus on special events. And then finally, save for future needs in a rainy day fund. So that is the budget survey. And then so additional considerations for the fiscal year 24-25 budget. These will include, looking at our city infrastructure, our public safety headquarters and police facility, our community service building, restrooms in the Mission Playhouse, our Smith Park pool, as well as in this next fiscal year, there's forthcoming large expenditures. We're looking at to get a new ERP financial system, which is going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. The general plan update, we may need to budget some funds, which could be in the range of $500,000 with a total bill of around $1 million. Additional budget considerations is enhancing services, and then also the financial posterity of the city, funding our liabilities, and further enhancing our rainy day fund beyond the 25% reserves that we've already included in our rainy day fund. So here is our budget timeline. Here are the key budget dates. So we opened it up today. Our first public strategic budget meeting and survey results February 26th. And then so as I mentioned, that Departments are currently working on their budget worksheets. They're working on putting their budgets together. And then, so on March 12th, all of those worksheets are due to the city manager. The city manager will go through them, meet with the departments, review augmentation that they request, and then ultimately put all that together, put the budget together. And then on April 24th, we'll conduct a public study session, and we'll review the budget at that time in detail, where the council will have a chance to weigh in and refine it, as well as the public. We'll continue to refine and discuss the budget in April 29th through May 6th through 9th, where we'll have individual meetings with council members. And then on June 1st, 2024, for the second year, we'll do a public community budget meeting on a Saturday. Last year, we did it at the San Gabriel Library and reviewed our budget and the city's finances. And then, once again, on June 4th, we'll come back and conduct a public hearing to discuss the fiscal year 24-25 budget. And then where the council will have an opportunity to continue to refine it and weigh in on it. There will be an opportunity to approve it. If not, we could continue to discuss it in a public hearing setting on June 18th, 2024. So that kind of concludes the kickoff. So just in conclusion, to a large degree, the budget survey aligned with priorities that the city's been focusing on over the last year. Today is the first public discussion of the 24-25 budget. Staff is currently working on their departmental budgets. There will be multiple opportunities for the council and public to weigh in and refine the budget. And then the next public meeting will be in April 2024. We'll have an in-depth public study session of the 24-25 budget. So that concludes the presentation. You can take any questions and comments that you may have.
Thank you, Will. Do any council members have factual questions or clarifications?
Again, this might be more a legal question, but the items for June 1st and June 4th, where June 1st is a public community budget meeting at the library or wherever, and then the 4th being a public hearing, why do we need both? Can we just have one, or how does that legally work?
You don't have a requirement to have two meetings, to my knowledge.
I think, if you don't mind me answering that, City Attorney, I think we as staff probably are misusing those terms. A public hearing is a technical term for a formally noticed, legally noticed hearing, and we have to have that to adopt the budget. Similarly to the item we just talked about with the ordinance, we have to have a public hearing for that. The June 1st meeting is just a public meeting, and we're probably using that term more legally than it should be. That's just a chance for us to go out and have it on a Saturday, so people who can't come during the week. So that's not a meeting where we're going to consider adopting it. It's really just an informational meeting for the public. So we don't have to have that. All we have to have is the one public hearing. The other is just our chance to inform the public.
Okay, but, I mean, would we want to combine them into one? Or what's the feelings of my colleagues, or?
Well, I was just going to say the one on the Saturday is more of a community meeting that anybody from the public can attend. And so, and it's on a Saturday.
Okay.
So it's a little more convenient if they want to come during our meetings in the
Right.
evening.
Well, meaning, why can't we legally notice that and make that our actual public hearing also?
On a Saturday?
Yeah, we should do it at a regular meeting, but not on a special.
Yeah, it's usually in the regular meetings.
And
Oh, okay.
maybe I didn't explain that well. That's actually not a council meeting. So it's not a meeting where council shows up. You're welcome to show up as a member of the public, but that's not an agendized meeting, so you all can't have conversations at that meeting anyway. That's just staff take it on the road show to inform the public of what's going on. So for the council purposes, it'll just be the one meeting that you have to attend.
Okay.
Yeah, just from a little historical context, when we were trying to open the budget process up
Yeah.
with more public participation, we wanted to have like a staff and public meeting, hopefully without council there, so that staff gets it directly from the community, what they'd like to see in our budget, and then they can report back to staff, or back to council.
Okay, so it's for different purposes, I guess. Thank you for, so.
There's
we're
no
not gonna be-
3-minute, limitations.
Right.
It's more free-flowing
Okay.
than what we have here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
What, okay, we're almost done with this item, I think. Do we have public comment or clarifying question?
Oh, yes. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. You have mentioned about additional budget consideration for the fiscal year 24 to 25. So that includes several items, including Smith's Park Pool and a Mission Playhouse restroom. And I mean, we know that, that we have very limited resource. And sometimes if we spend more here, then we have to spend less on another one. So I don't know if the crowding out is the right word to use, but since we have been working hard to talk to either our assembly members, senators, and try to get the grants from state level, from federal level, and if we have a budget for those we call the city infrastructure, then would that be reduce our opportunities and chance to get the grants from state or federal, just because we have the money sitting down there already, and also we have sacrificed some part of the facilities that maybe that needs more money to use, but we have to put the money here, and we supposed to get the money from other places. So what's your comments on that?
I mean, if we're pursuing a grant, let's say for the pool, and we decide to use general fund money and to, do whatever needs to be done, for example, the pool.
Right.
Then,
You see that you have money, so why should I give you the money?
right, then our ability to receive grant money for that project would probably be seriously diminished. I can't see them reimbursing us for money that we already spent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further clarifying questions, factual questions? Okay, so we're gonna actually take a pause here. I've been requested for a health break, so we'll take a quick health break and continue this item after the break.
Yeah. What's the difference between the public budget study session and then the Saturday meeting?
Mayor, we have one public comment from Erlindo Romo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Erlinda Romo, resident of San Gabriel, and I think I agree with the top 3 items, but I would like to make some comments on 2 of the top 3. Street paving, pothole repair, we all know what that is. But public safety, looking at, as you were talking about, liabilities for the city, trip and fall, well, those are issues. So if you don't invest in sidewalk repair, street lighting, those are issues that need to be thought of into consideration. So you don't have to pay money later on, which would be an unknown for the trip and falls. But street lighting is important so you can see where you're walking. Sidewalk repair, walking around the city, there are issues where the sidewalk buckles, things within the Mission District, we want this to be a walkable area, but there are issues with some of the areas of the sidewalk. And if you don't take care of those are potential liabilities for trip and falls. And then graffiti abatement. And with graffiti abatement, you know, when we're looking at our city trying to represent a city that's safe, if you don't invest in graffiti abatement, then that's another issue where, you know, you have to take care of it because it won't be taken care of by itself. On the third item that was listed as on the top 3 was focus on public, on the park facilities and pools. And there are some facilities here within the Mission District, and I'm going to speak specifically regarding the wall around Grapevine Park, on Santa Anita, and on Mission here. The wall is in disrepair. The adobe wall, portions of the wall, you can see how it's being chipped. And if that wall isn't taken care of, especially the adobe, when we have rains like we do right now, you know, 1,000-year storm, already 2 years in a row, those are issues that will denigrate will compromise the wall. The other area of concern is the wall gateway of the Grapevine. The mortar has air pockets where you can see light and air from one side to the other. So my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
No other comments received.
Looks like we have one more in the audience.
Yeah, good evening. What I'd like to see too, if we could gather, you know, we have funds like from the opioid epidemic, right? We have those funds that are designated for specific purposes. And then we have now, you know, we're giving away $125,000 tonight of our Prop A funds. I was just wondering if we could maybe have, when we have the community get together, you know, at the library, maybe just, you know, highlight those funds and kind of, so we could maybe have some suggestions to maybe give the city some ideas on how we could use those funds. Because, I mean, like I said, we're giving away $125,000 of our Prop A funds to Foothill Transit. And then also, I believe with the opioid epidemic money, I mean, the money from 2022, we didn't use that, and then we got the other $100,000 and some in 2023. So I don't know how much of those funds we still have, but, and I know both those funds are designated for, you know, specific purposes, right? We can't just use them to fix potholes or whatever, right? And then the other thing is too is the funds from the city prosecutor that we were gonna spend, the $125,000. It's my understanding that we didn't use any of that money in the last 6 months. I think it was okay to use the money from, the fiscal, July to December. So, I mean, we could find a way to use that money. If we're not gonna use it in a prosecutor, use it maybe for, mental health or to help with the homeless or people that are in need. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the audience who would like to address council? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Do we have any council discussion on the item? Councilmember Menchaca.
Thank you. So first of all, Will, I just wanted to let you know that I was very impressed with all the color you use for being an accountant. It's very impressive. You're trying to get our attention and make it much more digestible, so I appreciate that. I wanted to start with, and I'm not sure if this is you, Will, but I appreciate that we did this survey, because it's always great to have a survey. It's always great to have 170 responses in 2 weeks. I think that's really impressive. But I hope we can continue with the survey, because it was done in January, and if we do have a farmer's market, that's an upcoming discussion. I think we just have opportunities to even get more feedback, and maybe a wider net. People from the farmer's market might not be as accessible to some of our platforms, but that might be a better place to do a survey. Also, we have the Talk of the Town, where our chief is going to a diverse group of people, that he's going to different locations. He can be somewhat of our traveling PIO when it comes to budgets. Maybe our chief could also share, opportunities for people to be engaged, maybe have a survey. But I want to make sure this is considered kind of a, it's not stagnant, it's ongoing, so we can continue to get feedback, because I just think it was very limited. I mean, overall, I do agree with what the results were, but I just like to be more inclusive and just longer periods of time of doing this survey. I also wanted to, maybe Mark, you can kind of give us a little synopsis here of what's forthcoming in our meetings, but we did talk about having a social services conversation, so that would include, fentanyl, opioid, mental health, but we've talked about this, so maybe you can give the public a little bit of a preview of what we're looking at for that discussion.
I'd be happy to, Councilwoman Menchaca. So we received direction from council at last year's budget process, very clear that council and the community wanted to include some sort of mental health programming for our city. And our community services team has been working very hard to fulfill that goal, along with our HERE Commission. And so we have come up with a plan to try to house somebody in our adult center and to have office hours for somebody to be, for lack of a better word, a navigator for our residents. And it's going to be in the senior center or the senior area, so more than likely those clients will be served most frequently, but it'll be open to the whole community. And these folks won't be the experts at dealing with those problems themselves, but they will be the ones that can point folks to services. And they will be able to make sure folks are getting appointments, whether it's mental health or housing services or getting a social security card or any of those kinds of things, not immigration, but actually getting replacement cards or benefits or those kinds of things. And they will follow up to make sure those appointments are being kept and that we're doing everything we can to help folks. We're looking at bringing in somebody from the outside. We're looking at partnering with community organizations like either AYC or Chinatown Services Center or YWCA, who does a lot of our senior services nowadays. And we're looking at sort of revamping community services a little bit to accommodate that, because it is going to be additional programming. And as you all know, we have been very frugal in the way that we have kept our organization, I think, small and mighty, but I think it's time with a little bit of thought is to expand that. So coming up, I don't know if it'll be on the February 20th or the March meeting, we will be having a more lengthy discussion on community services, and it will include adding either a contract or a person or both.
What about the epidemic with, well, fentanyl was our conversation this past weekend at the conference we had, but opioid, any kind of drug treatment, would that be part of the services?
It could be used to fund some of those services. Cities have just received those funds for the first time. It was a couple of years' worth, but we have just received those funds, so we're all sort of scrambling around and figuring out what are the best uses of those. There are very limited uses. It can't be put into the general fund and just used for any services. It has to be tied back to either serving youth or folks in our schools that are trying to keep them from using opioids, or to helping recovery or needle programs, or any of those kinds of things that directly relate to the opioid epidemic. And so we'll be coming back with those programs. I think we heard about some over the weekend. I'm sure council will talk about it in your council comments. I think we heard some great programs that we'll look into. The short answer is yes, some of that could be used, but we also have to come up with more targeted uses for those funds.
Thank you, Mark. And then the second question, again, I'm going to not ignore public comment. I wanted to address the question that was brought up regarding the grapevine, the gate, the adobe walls. I'm assuming there's a plan out there. I'm not sure if that's Greg or does that fall under community services, but can you share the plans that we do have for a variety of buildings, not just those, but in particular, that's what was raised tonight?
I promised to the public and the rest of the council, I did not set Councilwoman Menchaca up with these questions and ask her to ask me these questions. But another thing that you're going to see in the budget this year is a request to add another maintenance person. Because we are, again, a small city. We don't have a lot of facilities, but the facilities we do are old. And we like them because they're old, but they take a lot of work. And you all have seen our Public Works Director and what he gets done with his small and powerful crew. And so that repair of those walls is one thing that we have on that list. Rick in our maintenance team has done that several times over the years. And so whether we do that with in-house staff or whether we put money in the CIP program to fix those, we will be attending to those, and that's on our list of our honey-do list, so to speak, of things to fix in the city.
So, for example, the grapevine, anything relating to the grapevine, our own maintenance people could work on that? We don't need a preservationist or anything like that to make any kind of upgrades?
We would certainly work with our preservationists. We have one on staff that's not on staff, but on contract with our Historic Preservation and Cultural Resources Commission. So we would consult with them, but our folks have been doing some of those repairs over the years, and we tend to get bids for those things. For example, the replacement of the arbor a few years ago, some of that was falling down, and we got bids, and when our staff sees the bids, they look at that and say, you know, we can do that for half that price, and we just need to program in that time. So the same kind of a thing, we would get bids and make sure that we're using our resources, whether it's our staff time or our money, most effectively. But we can do that in-house, and we have done that in-house in the past.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question is, the pool in particular has been an ongoing discussion, I think, here with council. Vice Mayor mentioned how we're bringing in legislators. I know we've had conversations with Senator Susan Rubio about funding. I know our Vice Mayor and Councilmember Ding, they brought Fiona Moff, the treasurer or controller. Fiona Moff is the controller of the state, treasurer of the state. So, you know, we're all trying to cobble together funds because unfortunately that's what it looks like. It's got to be in pieces. But if we're not successful in doing that, will you be bringing back some other alternatives, City Manager?
We certainly will. That was what Will was kind of alluding to when we're looking at other ways to finance those projects. And Vice Mayor Wu made a very wise comment about if we pay for those ourselves, we'll not get grant funds. But I think we've heard from our legislators that first of all, the state budget is horrendous this year, and those funds that were available a couple of years ago are not available. So it might be several years if we're waiting for grant funds for those kinds of things. But we also heard that if we want to be successful, we're going to have to cobble together very many sources. So we may not have to fund all of it. We can do some work on finding loans or other financing sources, and then we will apply for grants in the meantime, and hopefully we'll be able to cobble together many sources. But we can't wait because it's just going to continue to crumble, and we're all going to not have that answer if we just don't handle it now.
So that too will be a future agenda item for council to decide how we want to pursue, possible financing of those projects. Well, definitely the pool, but we also talked about the Mission Playhouse. And I'm hoping soon we'll have a foundation for the Mission Playhouse, because without that foundation, we can't raise money. It's impossible. So that's also forthcoming?
Yes, ma'am. We'll be looking at a couple of big projects that are bigger than we could fund in our budget, but small enough that we could fund by paying overtime. So Mission Playhouse, pool, upgrades to the community services facilities, which are in bad need, and some other upgrades.
Okay, great. So this is, I guess, in progress. It's not the end here. We're going to continue to look at priorities, but also how we can make the use of our budget, because we are limited. And the conversation we had with the senator recently, I mean, she made it very clear there are deep shortfalls this year, so it will make it very difficult to get any funding at all. But that was all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, discussion? Councilor Chen?
Yeah, just one little observation comment with the pretty graph there, the bar graph. I noticed that there's a split between repairing streets and potholes, and that's a separate item from city future infrastructure replacement. See, to me, I guess I would think it's all infrastructure, but I understand a lot of times we think about it as different things, and I think the community thinks about it differently. That streets is one thing, and then all the rest of the city infrastructure is everything else. But thank you, very well done. Appreciate you. I would yield my time.
Councilor Ding?
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, thanks. It's really important for the survey. It's really help us. So I think the street repair pothole. I think we should be do the ongoing the budget. Not just I glad. So the last 3 years we do the good job. I think street score like from 52 to 82, right? Great, right? Is that correct? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, but doesn't mean we can stop it, right? We should be do the consistent to maintain our street. It's a good condition. And public safety, yeah, that's I think also it's my concern too. It's how can we? I think that's like maybe 15. I hear, but like maybe 15 years ago, our city already want to do like public safety building for our police department. Okay, but because of financial problem, we cannot achieve it. But I think we still need a plan. Even we have a chance to get the grant. From my understanding, for the budget, we still try at least to do the maintenance for the community service building and a Mission Playhouse restroom. The restroom, it's because the older style also the ADA some concern too. In the lobby the restroom. So most people's access is not the back side, So and Smith Park Pool, I think even I'm the community service commissioner. Rebecca has already bring the 2 times for the grant, so we're not as successful. But if we're not successful, but I think we still need to put on some budget to maintain their current condition. So yeah, and agree that I hope we still continue use our current called Discover San Gabriel. Maybe we can put on some still consistent do that some survey to asking the resident, okay, if they receive this magazine, so have some like called a QR code to access to provide this kind of recommendation. So everything try use the current facility. But for the mental health, it's definitely we wanted to help the mental health. But reality, our city, the financial resource still limited, right? So it's good things to the like community liaison. I think Rebecca, it's already. I think it's Matthew already talked to the Chinatown Service Center regarding that they have part-time. They will be sent a part-time person in our community service station to provide this kind of mental health. I really appreciate because they also have the resource, they have the professional people, they also have the financial, the grant from the federal or state too. So I hear about our HEAR Commission also do outreach from our county to provide more service for our community. So it's good way. It's for myself. I also try to our city the ambassador to help our mental health service through the federal, state or county. Hopefully they have actually I saw they have the very good resource, also really professional resource. So maybe we should have some reasonable budget, but try to our best to reach out at this kind of resource to provide a more better service for the mental health. And let me see. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Wu?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to clarify one thing. On March 12, 2024, it shows budget worksheets delivered to city manager. Is that correct that every department, for example, Public Works, Community Service, PD, FD, Finance, they all have their own department worksheets that shows this year or the coming up budgets that how much money we will need to just keep our department operated as normal. So is that the things that will be delivered to the city manager's office?
Yeah, that's what will be delivered. They'll have their budget worksheets, which kind of represents their ongoing operations, and then they'll also submit augmentation requests for new funding for the upcoming year will also be submitted at that time. And then the city manager will go through all those and ultimately present the budget at the study session in April.
So that's pretty much like a deadline for every department. They have to submit that as maybe even is an initial draft to the city manager?
Yeah, the departments submit that, and that's so once they submit it, finance will kind of summarize it and put it in a summary form, we'll have some revenue estimates, so we'll have an idea where our bottom line is. Then we'll have individual budget meetings with each department, city manager, finance, and the departments, and we'll go through line by line and review their current budgets, and then also their augmentations, and to gain a better understanding to see.
So that means that you will summarize everything, just put the whole numbers in. We will have a chance to meet you individually. Then you will have like a individual council members meeting for the budget.
That's correct. So in April, we'll have a study session in an open of where our draft budget currently is and the things that we're planning to spend for 24-25, and we'll be pretty in-depth. And then after that, we'll follow up with individual meetings with each council member to review on a one-on-one basis the budget for 24-25.
So sometimes I understand that we always try to keep status quo. That is what you have spent last year. Hopefully, there is nothing really, dramatically increased this year. But for example, fire department, I remember that last year or year before that we only approved one fire engine. Then there'll be another fire engine. Will that be something we consider or, to implement in the budget, or the fire department has to do it? Because we actually need to wait in line. We have to wait in line for the, even we have make a reservation today. We set out a price today, but it will take like 2 years to get the fire engines.
Yeah, so the city council approved in the budget a fire engine, and I just saw a draft staff report from Chief Wallace that he's moving forward to spend those funds to purchase a fire engine. So that's moving forward, but if there is additional equipment, additional vehicles that need to be replaced, then each department will submit an augmentation request, and then the city manager will consider those.
So far, we won't know that which department may have like a higher budget demands until they submit the proposal or the worksheets to the city manager's office.
That's correct.
I see. Okay. For PD or fire department, they have grant writer. For example, we call the risk management engineer, or they have a title. Like Mr. Wong, he is helping the fire department to write grants, like a grant writer to apply grants from different places. Well, that happens that the more grants they have, the less budget they get from the city.
Many times grants are kind of supplements to the budget. So it's a specific program. Operationally, our largest expenditure is our staff salaries, so that's pretty consistent. But the grants may be for equipment or maybe a special program, so it'll be more of a supplement to the budget than replacing the current operations most of the time.
So for a long time that all council members have been trying our best to get a grant from somewhere else. That means we know the pie is small, so we try to make the pies bigger from other resources. And we have been talking about a grant writer program. And I know that our city has hired a grant writing company for us to get some, get more grants and maybe more opportunities. So will you review those performance, how effective they can get the grants from all the different sources annually? And you can decide to either continue cooperation with them or just terminate their relationship with us and hire a new one. Because that is important, that when the more grants we get, we actually have more money to use in other places.
Yeah, I know Aldo is kind of leading that grant consultant project, but yeah, I think our expectations are high that, considering we have a fire department and a police department, that via the grant consultant, that there should be some grants that the city is awarded.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Will. It was well received, and I just want to say, I think the process is well laid out, and there's lots of opportunity for the public to get involved. So I would just encourage that. I believe on this item, we don't need a vote, right? All right. Next item, please. Thank you.
Next item is business license tax study results and tax change recommendations. Finance Director Kaholakua will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. So now tonight we'll present the results of our business license tax study, as well as some recommendations to modernize the city's business license code. So just an overview of the presentation. We'll look at some of the deficiencies that were identified in the business license code. We'll do a little project background. We'll look at the results from the HDL study, And then we have some recommendations from staff that we'll present. And so council's aware, Eric Meyer, the operations director from HDL, is on the line. So he's here for questions. So some of the deficiencies in our business license code. So our business license code is basically made up of a flat structure where we have fixed dollar amounts, and we charge a fixed dollar amount for like each additional unit, each additional employee, each additional rental unit or lane. Our tax has been, the tax amounts have been the same since 1991. You'll see in our revenue has been pretty flat. So we haven't increased it since 1991. And so currently there's no mechanism to increase the tax. There's no CPI escalator that will continue to move these fixed amounts up. We don't, currently for commercial rentals, we don't have a classification to tax commercial rentals. So currently commercial rentals are not paying a business license tax. And then in I believe it was 1991, we implemented a tax cap of $1,050 for businesses. So the maximum business license tax that that a business will pay would be $1,050, which is beneficial to the larger businesses. And then also on the residentials, $450 is the max that a residential rental company would pay. So obviously benefiting the larger residential rentals. And then finally, we don't have a catch-all category for businesses that may not be explicitly covered in the tax code. We didn't have a category for commercial rentals. There was no means to apply a tax to commercial rentals. So those are some of the deficiencies in the code. So just project background, as the City Council may remember, August 2023, we contracted with HDL to do a business license tax study. HDL was asked to analyze our code and create options to create a tax structure that's fair, that's more fair, equitable, keeps up with inflation. You know, the goals of our project was to improve the fairness, increase administrative efficiency, and generate additional revenue to enhance public services, you know, ultimately looking to modernize our code. So just some context of our business license tax. So here is our business license tax revenue from fiscal year 2018 through 2024. Obviously, you can see the dip from COVID, but you know, as you can see, there's really no, even though inflation is happening, even though revenues are increasing, our businesses are paying the same tax because it's a flat amount. For retail, it's $75 plus $9 per employee, just the flat amount. So 2024, we're looking at like a $600,000 in our general fund budget. And this is a slide from HDL. So this is the makeup of our business makeup of our businesses. So we have a total of about 3,800 businesses. And here's the 9 classifications that we currently have. So we have Class A. This is the largest classification, our manufacturing, processing, wholesale, retail businesses and services. So this is the majority of the businesses. They are taxed based on a flat $75 for the first employee or owner. And then for each employee thereafter, it's $9 per employee. Secondly, we have our building trades. These are our general contractors, electricians, plumbers. There's about 1,300, and they are charged a flat rate that ranges from $300 to, I believe, like $130. And then next, we have our professions. These are our architects, our CPAs, our doctors, and our dentist offices. And we have 371 of those. They're taxed based on $105 for the first employee and $60 for each professional thereafter, and then $15 for each non-professional. And then we have our renting accommodations. So these are residential rentals. This also includes hotels as well. So we only tax those properties that have 4 units or more. So if you have 1 to 3 unit, then you are currently exempt from the tax. So for the for rental accommodation, it's $45. For each unit thereafter, it's $6, and then the cap is $450. So that's the bulk of our current business license tax structure. This is another slide from HDL. And so HDL, with some estimates, they put together, okay, what's the effective tax rate? And so they're looking at, based on your gross receipts and how much you're paying, this is your effective tax rate. And so obviously, we have a cap of $1,050, $450 for residential rentals. You know, the smaller businesses have a higher effective tax rate than the larger businesses. So HDL did some comparisons between other cities, and so I think, you know, the ultimate conclusion is that San Gabriel is on the lower end. So this chart here is the business tax revenue per business. So this is how much each business is, on average, is paying for each city. So West Covina per business is $830, and then San Gabriel is on the lower half at $191 per business, which would make sense because our tax has been flat for almost over 30 years. And this one's kind of hard to understand. Try to create some context, but there's some example businesses, sample businesses, various cities, and it shows what the rate would be for San Gabriel, and then it compares the various cities. So what I've done, I've highlighted in green the lowest, and in red the highest, and then you can see San Gabriel. So for example, small craft business with 1 employee, $20,000 in gross receipts. San Gabriel's at 75, the lowest is Artesia at 50, Montebello at 133. Restaurants with 3 employees, San Gabriel's at 93. You would have to move down to San Marino. San Marino's at 50, and then Azusa's at 300. Big retailer, 275 employees, 19 million in gross receipts. San Gabriel's at 1,050. Montebello is the highest at nearly 16,000, and then down below Rosemead's at $75. Rosemead just is a very low business tax city. Rosemead and San Marino, very low business tax cities. The hotel rental property, 50 employees, 1.5 million in gross receipts. San Gabriel's at 321. The highest is Montebello at 1,800, and Rosemead is the lowest. Moving on down for the rest of the categories. Doctor's office, 20 employees. Our business license tax is 570. Montebello is the highest at nearly 2,200, and then Rosemead's the lowest at 75. Professional firm, 15 employees, 1.1 million. San Gabriel, $585. Montebello is the highest at 1,460. Rosemead the lowest at 75. And then we have our contractors and a contracting firm, 135, 300 for San Gabriel. Rosemead's the lowest at 75, and then South Pasadena for contractors, general contractors, and specialty contractors are the highest at 480 for each of those. So just to kind of give you some context on where San Gabriel is in comparison to their neighbors. So HDL proposed 3 models to update, to modernize our tax code. So Model 1AB, basically it's maintain the current structure that we have, so we'll keep all the classifications, and then we'll just apply a 20% or a 10% increase to the flat taxes with some administrative changes, and we'll see those administrative changes in the recommendation. Model 2A and 2B is we'll have 1 classification for all the businesses in the city, and they'll be taxed based on their gross receipts. So they'll present their gross receipts, and they would be charged a tax rate between $1.25 per $1,000 in gross receipts and $1.50. And then Model 3 is we'll create 5 classifications, break it out a little bit, and to try to create a little more equity. And the tax rate would range from $1 to $3.50 for $1,000 in gross receipts. And then we'll see the dollar impacts of what each of these proposed models would bring in the upcoming slides. So staff recommendation and alternative recommendations, and we might be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here, but so staff recommendation is the Model A, and so we're recommending a 20% increase to the flat tax rates. Had the tax rates been increased since 1991 by CPI, it would be over 200%. It's 30 years, it would be over 200% higher. We want to add a commercial rental category to start capturing our commercial rentals out there. So we would do a gross receipts we would charge 75 cents for every $1,000 in gross receipts. Residential rental, updating our code, we're proposing to remove the 3-unit or less exemptions, so there would be no exemptions. So for the 1 unit, it would be $45 plus $6 per additional unit. And then we would remove the 450 cap that's currently in place. And then we would add a catch-all miscellaneous category, so some of those charging stations, Tesla charging station, those weird businesses that may pop up, will have a mechanism to charge a tax, 50 cents per $1,000 in gross receipts. We'll add a CPI adjuster, so the flat amounts would be adjusted by CPI, by the October CPI every single year. And then we would remove the 1,050 cap. So those larger businesses would no longer be limited to 1,050. And then just on our penalties, we would add and this may be more administratively, but we would cap the penalties at 150% of the tax to try to make it a little more fair. So the estimated additional unrestricted revenue is about $330,000. So I think our thought was we wanted to make changes. We didn't want to make too much of a drastic change, hoping to make an incremental change. We all know nobody likes to pay taxes, but that was kind of the intent. And if obviously, since these are changes in taxes, they will need to go on the ballot. The public will need to approve them. It's an unrestricted revenue, so it's just a simple majority, 50% plus 1. Would say the polling firm, that the results of the polling firm indicated that at least the voting public in San Gabriel was amenable to approving a business license tax or these changes, or similar to these changes. So what's the impacts? So for a small business, 5 employees, the current rate is $111. With a 20% increase, it goes up by $22 to $133. Mid-sized business, 20 employees, goes from $246 to $295. Hospital, 812 employees, it goes from the capped 1,050 to 7,374, increase about 6,300. For the building trades, it's just a straight 20% increase on the flat amounts that they're paying, $60 increase from the 300 for the general contractor, and 36 increase for the specialty contractors. So these new classifications, the commercial rental, so it's $200,000 in gross receipts, multiplied by 0.75 for each $1,000 in gross receipts would generate $150 in tax. Currently, they're not paying. They're not paying anything. A charging station, 1.2 million in gross receipts would actually go down a little bit, where I think the tax on it is like 7% of gross receipts for these types of businesses. So they were paying the cap. It would be $600, a decrease of $450. And then for professions, just a straight 20% increase. 1 dentist, 3 employees would go from $150 to $180, 30%, $30 increase. Medical office, 1 doctor, 1 nurse, 2 employees, $195 to $234. $39 increase. And then in the renting accommodations, residential rental with 1 unit, before they were exempt from the tax. Now they would pay a $54 tax, and now the 4 units would go from 45, and then it would increase to 75 at $30 increase. 20 units, 141 to 187, $46 increase, and then the hotel with 250 units, currently they're capped at 450, and that would go up to about 1,800, a $1,300 increase. So that's the recommendation. We do also have alternative recommendations based on the models that HDL presented. So alternative 1 is instead of a 20% increase, we could do a 10% increase across the board. That would generate revenue of about $252,000. Alternative 2 and 3, these are the gross receipts model. So we got the single classification gross receipts model, alternative 2, $25 for the first $25,000 in gross receipts, and then $1.25 to $1.50 per thousand in gross receipts thereafter. So additional revenue would range from $731,000 to $986,000. And then alternative 3 is the 5 classification gross receipts model, similar to the alternative 2. We would charge $1.50 to $3.50 per 1,000 in gross receipts. Additional revenue ranging from $1.13 million to $1.64 million. And then here are, and then obviously we can make no changes. That's also an option. We can just remain status quo. Here's some impacts on this gross receipt. So this is just the single classification, $1.25 per 1,000 in gross receipts. So small business, 5 employees would go from $111 to $1,889 increase. Mid-sized business, 20 employees, 246 to 5,000. And just estimating, say, $500 million for a hospital, and we charge a gross receipts tax based on that. It would go from the cap at $1,050 to $625,000. Let's see, for the new classifications, the commercial rentals, 200 from 0 to 250, charging station, the cap to 1,500. Professions, the dentist office, 1 dentist, 3 employees, 150 to 875, and then the medical office, 1 doctor, 1 nurse, 2 employees, 195 to 1,100, a $930 increase. And then our renting accommodations, so 1 unit would be $45, 4 units, and this is an estimate of the gross receipts, would go from 45 to 110, and then 20 units would go from 141 to 550, and then a hotel would go from 450 to nearly $7,000 for their business license tax. So this is the Model 2. Model 3 is the 5 classification with the higher gross receipts tax amount, so that would be obviously higher than the numbers we see here. So that is, that concludes the presentation, and can take any questions or comments the council may have.
All right, thank you, Will. Do we have any clarifying questions for Will, or any anything else you need to hear about? Vice Mayor Wu?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, you mentioned about for example, by employees, the business license tax is based on the numbers of employees. So the $75, is this for monthly or this is annually?
That amount is annually.
So let's say if we have 11 employees, and the business license tax for the retail business should be like 75 plus $90, because 10 people will be $9 each.
That's
And
correct.
plus the first person is 75. Because they're, okay, so according to the report, our current code has an annual cap on $1,050 as the maximum amount of the tax a business can pay. So therefore, like we say, if a business has more than 109 employees, so which generate $1,047. So if a business has 200, so the maximum will be still $1,050.
That's correct.
So far, how many businesses in our city, they have more than 100 employees? Hi, Julie.
Hello. So some of our larger businesses, I think when we looked at it, we were talking maybe about 30 to 40 businesses.
So like a supermarket?
Our Tawa, Ranch 99 Ranch, our hotels, which are not employee-based. The hospital is employee-based, that's our largest employee-based business there.
Would you like to go to the podium?
Hello, Council. So our primary number of businesses are mom and pop, smaller businesses. So the larger businesses, there's probably about 40 that would fall into the larger categories. Some of our bigger restaurants, Newport Seafood, Five Star, and then our retailers such as 99 Ranch, the hotels, the 168 Market. Those are some of our larger in the hospital.
So most of the time that they are paying less than $1,050 because they have fewer people.
The cap, yes.
I see. So regarding the property rental, rental properties, I believe this is pretty important to note that properties with more than 4 units should be considered as a commercial rental properties. In our city, I think we have more rentals properties which is tenant-occupied units than owner-occupied properties. So, but I see the number is pretty minimal because we have so many apartment units in our city. So, are we actually getting like a tax license permits from them? Do they pay that?
We currently, right now, have about 340 residential rentals that meet the business license tax requirement that range under 20 units. We kind of split it, 20 units or under. We have approximately, I need to read my writing, excuse me. We have 321 that fall in the 20 units or under, and we have about 32 that exceed 20 units or more. So that's kind of a breakdown on our residential rentals, but they have to be 4 units or more. A duplex would not qualify in that category. A home used for a second home purchased to a single-family resident, that does not qualify.
So for those like units, like a 20, 30, 40, so the maximum, the cap will be $450 annually.
Correct.
If they have like 100 units, that is to $450.
Once they meet that cap, we cannot exceed that.
I see. And what about the Airbnb and short-term rentals? Because according to our St. Gabriel Municipal Code 153, that anything less than 30 days, that is prohibited.
Correct.
But are there any legal Airbnbs in our city? And if so, I mean, because that is specifically saying not in residential zone of St. Gabriel. So I assume that if we have any properties that is located in outer zoning, not residential zone, so do we have any legal Airbnb?
We currently are not licensing any short-term rentals.
I see. But actually, if we go online and we easily can find Airbnb units for rent online, so how do we collect tax from those people, I mean landlord? If we do not have any, if they don't pay us the tax, then they don't have a business license, then they generate incomes and we have no way to collect their money. Is that correct?
So I can, if it is not permitted by the code, we do not license those type of businesses.
Right, so, yeah, so I guess my understanding, and maybe get some help from Aldo here, but those short-term rentals Airbnb are not authorized to be in San Gabriel.
So can I say those business, they are not confirming to run business, or they are not authorized to be run those kind of business, but instead they are not paying tax. But we are taxing those people, they are legally operate in our city. And those people, they are like a sneaky, like a doing business like in a dark shades area, they don't pay. Oh, okay. So it's heartbroken. Okay, well, so it seems like our city actually has it's kind of casual approach to those collecting business license tax. So this is kind of important to have a long-term and sustainable tax model to make our city finance more stable. So, well, and Julie, if you can answer, I understand that I have read your model 1, 2, and 3. So staff recommends model 1. So my question is, does model 1 slightly just adjust the current tax model? And does that increase the complex, it's more complicated for our finance system, making it more complicated to you? Or if we go with model 1?
So Model 1, we maintain the 9 classifications, and we maintain the fixed flat tax rates, but we just increase them by 20% and add a CPI. It's what we're currently doing, and so I think implementing it would be much easier, and then the overall financial impact is definitely more incremental and more, not only more incremental, but also more predictable than a gross receipts model where, we've never charged gross receipts, and it'd be very, very unpredictable and difficult to administer, at least in that first year.
So all the 3 models, number 2 is the easiest one, right? It seems like this is a very simplified way to collect tax. So can I assume that model 2 will tax higher revenue business more, but apply low or no tax to the smaller business? Is that the right direction?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So how about the model 3? I think, so city can charge the business tax based on the 5 different business categories, is that correct?
That's correct.
Because you will establish 5 categories. So they will be considered as like a more maybe fair, equitable model, and that could be benefit the city revenue. Do you agree with this?
The Model 3, it provides the largest increase in revenue for the city, and it would achieve a more equitable effective tax rate that large and small businesses will be paying a more similar effective tax rate than where we currently are.
I see. Okay, well, thank you. And I think that we need to improve. I mean, when we getting the like a new tax code adopted, how do we announce that to all the business? Are we sending the notice, or when they come to renew their license, then we would tell them, okay, you have a new rate now?
Oh, yeah, we definitely don't want to have any surprises, right? That's no fun. So I think, there would be definitely outreach as we are educating the public if we decide to put a measure on the ballot. And we would, be communicating with the business community. And then if it does pass, then definitely communicate well before it's time to renew taxes.
I see. Thank you very much. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other clarifying questions? Okay, I do have a couple. As far as this going to the ballot, I believe we've discussed the police station bond. Have we looked at whether they will affect each other, putting 2 taxes on the ballot? Have we analyzed that, or had any public?
Yeah, we've got some results from our polling firm, and that measure that we were looking at to potentially issue a bond to build the public safety headquarters was kind of well below where it would kind of be feasible, at least this November, currently where the public stands.
So they wouldn't have any cross effect on each other?
I mean, it would have a cross effect. Yeah, I mean, it would, just having the two tax measures on the ballot along with whatever else, school bonds or whatever else may be on there. So it will have an effect.
Yeah, because that was my next question, because I know San Gabriel Unified has talked about doing a bond as well. I've discussed that with the superintendent, and I think if we start getting all of these taxes put on, it might have an effect. The next question is regarding the move from 3+ units to 1 unit. What would be the administrative burden on that to go down to monitoring single-family homes rather than what I would say are commercial? When you get to 3 units, you're a landlord. Like, what's the burden on staff? I mean, you're talking collecting $45. Like a half-hour staff time fully burdened is that? So
I think we would start with self-reporting as we educate the public that if you have a rental unit in San Gabriel, you now need to get a business license tax, and it's going to cost you $54, and that's where we'll start. And then obviously, as far as enforcement, we wouldn't spend a lot of administrative time going after 45, 54. We'd be looking at the larger businesses to ensure that they're in compliance.
yeah, it seems to me writing up one notice and we're already in the hole. It just doesn't make sense to me. Okay. The rest of mine are more council discussions. That was the only clarifying questions I had. Thank you. All right, so we will open public comment on this item.
We have one from Andrew.
Good evening again. What I did notice on Will's presentation was that most of the neighboring cities, you know, Rosemead, Temple City, Alhambra, they all seem to be right around where we are with these taxes, right? So we might be taxing our businesses out of here, right? There's a possibility that that could happen, right? The other question I have for Will is, you mentioned that for this tax, it was only a 50% plus one vote to, why is that? Why is not a supermajority like a typical tax would be?
Unrestricted taxes, unrestricted revenue taxes are a simple majority. If it's a restricted special tax, then that would be a supermajority.
And so why is this unrestricted? Because you're taxing everybody. Where's the restriction?
It's on your use of the tax. So.
Oh, okay, so this tax is gonna go to general fund, so that's 50% plus one. But like the bond measure would be a supermajority for the bond measure.
Which would be specifically used on the public safety headquarters.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, so I would comment on that. When they wrote that law, they got it backwards. I think general funds should be supermajority and dedicated funds should be 50%. I think that's completely backward. That's just my opinion.
I think taxes should be 100%, period. If nobody wants it, then it shouldn't go through.
The veto. You're more extreme than I am, Andrew. Okay, we have any other public comment? Anything, we receive anything?
No others received.
Anyone in the audience that would like to address the council? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment and we will move to council discussion and deliberation. Who would like to start? Anyone?
I guess I'll start, but I'm curious to see what my colleagues have to say about this. To me, looking at this, most of these models seem very overly complicated. And to me, I'm thinking about would it be feasible to charge each business just a base level, whatever the fee is, and have it tied to CPI, and then also add on a component for the gross receipts. and that's about it, instead of having the different classifications but yeah, so that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. But I'll defer to my colleagues for now and see what their comments are on that.
All right, any other comments from council? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I think that no matter what we make decision today, it will not take effect right away. It will go through the ballots in November. So we will still, if we will not have any conclusion tonight, then we can just bring it back later on. Is that correct?
That's correct, Vice Mayor Wu, and we'll have to come back no matter what, because we're getting direction from you right now, and then we will have to put all of that language into a ballot initiative that would be gone through the city attorney's office for assistance, and then it would come back to council for a formal vote. We have to do that by June the 4th, I believe, sometime early June, in order to get it on that November ballot. So the short answer to your question is yes, we have 4 months to decide what to do, and if we need more information or you want to look at more scenarios, we can bring this back as many times as it takes.
I see. And actually, I just have one more question for Will regarding, and Julie maybe, regarding the rental, the residential apartment, let's say apartment, if there would be like 30 units, so are you counting all 30 units, they are leased property and charged individually? In the future, if we are able to, every single unit that we will collect tax, they need a license for every single unit. Is that a way that you are able to, based on how many the property they have, how many units they have leased out, then we charge tax? And do they need to provide you the lease agreement to prove that they have this one vacant, but they have like 80% occupied by tenant? How do you charge the tax?
So that's correct. So, based on the recommended changes, there would be no exemption. There would be no 3 or less exemption. So if you're renting 1 unit, then you would be subject to tax. As far as verifying, I'll let Julie answer that.
So currently, it's based on the number of units. The only exemption is if it's owner occupied, then that is not considered a rental unit. But other than that, if it's a 30 unit property, that all 30 units are being leased out, then the tax would apply to all those units.
So usually, any apartment or property that has more than 8 units, there will be required one on-site manager to take care of the property. So that on-site manager will not count. Is that correct?
So if they claim, and they claim that they are residents that live there and they're not the property owner, but if they're renting it and it's a rental property, they would fall under it. We don't get too many exemptions by property managers. Some of our smaller units, like a 4-unit quad property, we do have some where someone lives in it and rents out the other 3. That's more typical.
So I know that if we will be canceling that 3 units or less, those exempt from the tax, from the, what is that called, the business license. What about the ADU? If they're renting the back units, the ADU units, are we able to collect those?
That would be subject, based on the proposed changes. Yeah, that would be subject to the residential rental unit tax for 1 unit.
So do you have a roughly percentage that how many actual tenant occupied, but we just do not know that has been occupied by the tenants, and we won't be able to collect the tax from those property owners?
That's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
Hard to tell. Yeah, what we're missing out there.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Tony, any comments, discussion, deliberation?
Everything. Okay. All right. Yeah.
All
But
three.
the question is, because I saw that in 1991 we didn't change. So any change we have to go to the pilot. Is that correct? Any change, even like a flat rate increase, we still need to go to a pilot.
Yeah, any change in the tax amount.
Yeah, but the suggestion, do the well study, but looks like if a resident, if they want to vote, it's really complicated right now. I feel like it's really complicated to let them to make a decision, like also flat rate and gross receipt. And the gross receipt, how do you audit the gross receipt, right? And another thing is consideration. We removed the 3 union less. How about an Airbnb? So we also need to think about Airbnb. If right now, Airbnb, it's not legal in our city, but how can we enforce it, right? That's the question. If we cannot enforce it, maybe the rental unit that they always claim and say, we just do the Airbnb. We exam, not really call exam because no business license to provide it. This question we need to think about it too. Yeah.
Well, ultimately, it's all going to be self-reported anyway, so, there's really no way to audit.
Including gross receipts, too. I mean,
yeah,
do
most
these
places.
audits, but we
Most places, like City of LA, I think they have some kind of gross receipts tax, that's the way they calculate their license tax, business license, and you just put down what you what you made, and so there's really no way to really audit. But
We also have the street vendor, for example. We have those on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
They start a business. They maybe have a house permit from LA County, not necessarily have the business license from
us.
city.
Right.
They still make money. They have less responsibility. They even do not need to buy insurance. Sometimes they just try to save money, but every single cash they collect may not be taxable. We may not able to tax those money as well as their revenue.
See,
the
Councilman.
danger of gross receipts.
Right.
That it can be undervalued unless when HDL comes in to do their audit, they can tell whether they're being underreported or not. I mean, they have that ability, at least kind of give us, maybe the city manager could explain what HDL does. Might be helpful.
It certainly would be a lot easier for our businesses that produce sales tax because they have to report to the state, and there's a direct correlation for the most part between what their sales are and what their gross receipts are. For other businesses, HDL does get paid based on what they find, so they have a commission based on what they find. So they can use income tax, the public reporting to look at some of these larger businesses. But I think the concerns you all have are correct. The majority of it's going to be based on self-reporting and the honor system. We deal with that a little bit now with the employees as well, but the way we base our current tax system.
So that's a big reason why I prefer to keep our business license tax system as non-complicated as possible. And unless one of my colleagues can kind of convince me that why we need different classifications for different kinds of businesses, as opposed to just, you own a business, you're operating one, this is what you pay, and so, but I yield for now.
Thanks for the yield, but it was still Tony's time.
Sorry, I stopped stealing his time. That's more accurate.
Stop stealing his time.
Okay. Yeah, but I think we already have the different category business license. So something maybe I agree. The Councilmember Chan, it's maybe simple. It's easy. Like tax return. Everybody, I feel wanted, yeah, just simple tax, but actually it's so complicated, right? That's reality. It's really hard, but how can we, like, if we do the change? So try find out it's a more simple way to let the voter to know. Maybe, for example, 10%, 10%, 20%, 20%, and plus something else. I don't know. They even you can put on ballot. I don't think maybe if you want to put on ballot, maybe you want to like if we vote it, it's a hopefully we can get the resident to approve it. But if it's so complicated, if it's more percentage to the failure, so I think we need to think about that too. Yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Chaka.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess when I was reading this, I was kind of shocked that we haven't done anything since 1991. It was a great year. I had my first child then. But, and if you continue reading this, I mean, if we would had at least the CPI embedded, you know, the rates would have been 200% higher. I just get reading this like, how did that happen, that we did nothing at all? Now, this doesn't impact homeowners in any way, correct? This is strictly the business tax. Unless we have the ADU, but then that becomes a business. And we don't have any kind of enforcement currently, so we're not talking about enforcement, although I know it comes into play. I know that we all want everybody to pay their fair share, but we don't have an enforcement process. So whether we decide to go forward or not, we don't have it. So I think it's important to clear that. I'm comfortable with the recommendation because we have the classifications. It might, to us, maybe it looks complicated, but maybe Julie or Will could explain to us. I don't think it is complicated. I think it's pretty straightforward. It makes it equitable. You know, gross receipts I don't think is the best recourse here. It kind of allows for certain businesses, whether you're, you know, a charging station or you're a professional dentist's office, I mean, you kind of allow for that. The difference in business models. So maybe you can explain to us why it's not complicated with the existing classification. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you prefer to have just, you know, one single classification and charge people across the board. I like to get some feedback, especially Julie. You've been here, what, 20 years?
I wish, no, 10.
10 years, okay. Might feel like 20. But you seem to kind of be at the pulse of all this. You know, maybe you can enlighten us, educate us why the classification, because I'm assuming you were part of this decision-making, the recommendation, why you feel the classification is a better measure than, you know, the other models that were the single classification.
Yes, thank you.
And can you move that mic so we can hear you a little bit? Yeah, you're short, so it's okay. Short is good.
So when we were discussing the different models and the gross receipt, we did collaborate, Linda, Will and I, on the different models. A lot of our businesses are mom and pop. The simplified version works because we can just give them a set fee. Currently, those fees have been set for this tax.
30 years, yeah.
The tax has been set for years, so it becomes very routine. The only time it changes is with the number of employees. It really doesn't vary that much, so it has become kind of routine, easy to explain, easy to calculate, and not too much auditing is necessary. So that was one of the factors that Will took into consideration with our feedback.
Will, do you have any compelling reason why you think alternative one, the recommended proposal, why the classifications isn't as much of an administrative nightmare for you? Or for those paying it? Yeah, I think they can probably understand a little bit more too.
I'll start with the revenue estimates. Under Model 3, we were looking at like 1.3 million, Model 2, 700 to 900,000. And so the impact would be significant on the business community, and it's hard to predict how it would impact each business. So there was a lot of hesitancy on recommending that. And then so Model 1 is, we're still in the 9 classifications. The majority of our businesses are in classification A, our retail and our services, more than half, and then the other large majority are our contractors. There's really 2 major classifications that we apply, and they're pretty straightforward. And then a 20% increase on a fixed fee, we know, we got a good predictability what the impact is going to be on each of the businesses. And even though the revenue increases, only 330,000 more, but we would modernize our code, we would get a bump in revenue, and then we would get a CPI indicator in there, remove the cap, and so the larger businesses are paying a little more fair share, not the equity and the effective tax rate that Model 3 would get, but it's a little more fair.
Okay, yeah, actually, I was very surprised. I mean, the 20% increase sounds so large, but then if you start looking at the estimates of additional revenue, it really isn't that much more. I mean, compared to Model, I think it was 3B, where you have 1.6 million, that has to be a shock for the business owner. I mean, I know you didn't drill down, but clearly the 20% sounds like a lot, but at the end it really isn't. So it's a little bit more digestible, I guess, for our business owners. I just want to do something. I don't want to sit here, 30 years later and we still haven't done anything. I think it's a matter of educating. We don't know yet if we're going to be putting any kind of bond measure, or that's another discussion that we're going to have. But I think something like this, it's not affecting homeowners, it's affecting our businesses, but even our mom and pops, they're paying more right now than the larger businesses. So we need to fix this. I'm comfortable with what's been recommended. I think it is equitable. The numbers, I wish the numbers were a little higher, but I think it's something that I can stand by, that we're just trying to make it fair. And we haven't done it for 30 years, so I think our voters would be understanding also. But I'll listen to see what else, other conversations we have.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Sir?
I'm still, maybe Will or consultant can answer. So what is the reason for the different classifications, as opposed to simplifying and saying, you're just a business and you're going to pay a business tax? I mean,
let's see here. So, just kind of analyze the way the classifications are. They are somewhat similar. They're different rates. So we have classification A, which is our restaurants. So that's $75, and then per employee.
And $9.
$9 per employee. And then we have a professions, which is $105 plus $60 per professional. So they pay a little higher rate than a restaurant, but similar kind of structure. It's a per employee structure, but just a higher professional per employee and higher initial base amount. So there are those little variations.
okay. Yeah, it just seems unnecessarily convoluted a little bit. But, and just as an observation, I guess logistically, even though this will have to go to the ballot, I think it'll probably be a little bit easier to pass because, as was mentioned, it's not a tax on the homeowners. And one logistical thing is that when we tax businesses, I think the voters the residents who are voters in the city are the ones who are voting, and the business owners, even though they own a business here, if they don't live in the city, they don't get a vote. And I've seen that happen. So it's it might make it a little bit easier to pass, because those who own the businesses, if they don't live here, they're not allowed to vote, and if our residents say, okay, then that's, yeah, a realistic logistical thing. Thanks.
Thank you. So I, like Tony, have a lot of questions in a lot of areas. And a lot of mine is more for council, just philosophically. I'll put the counterpoint to that and to Councilor Menchaca. A tax on the business is a tax on the residents, because unless they're just not using any San Gabriel businesses, the consumers are paying that, not the owners. I've owned businesses. If you get $10 in taxes, you put $12 in costs. It's just what businesses do. So this is a direct tax on everyone using our businesses, because costs are going to go up. So I would argue that it is a tax on the residents. Second, this is taxing renters. We've always been discussing how rent is expensive, and I don't think it's the right time to increase rents, because every landlord that receives added taxes is going to increase rent proportionally, or if not more. They will use an excuse, oh, my taxes went up, so I'm raising your rent. So the tax might go up $12 and they raise it $100. They use it as an excuse. Because that's just my experience. So this is a tax on renters as well. So to me, I don't think it's a good time to be doing this. Unless we're getting value, like a lot of value from putting it to the voters, and by value I mean a big return. This is the estimate is 252,000 if we do Model 1, correct?
Model A would be, I think, 330.
330, okay, because the slide said 250.
That's the 20%. The 10% is the 200,000.
Yeah, so 10. So
Yeah.
let's say 300 just to be the 20%. So the headline risk there is we put it to the voters and say, the uneducated, unsophisticated person say, you're raising taxes 20%. Why would I vote for that? And then the headline risk is we're doing that for $300,000. We're raising taxes 20%. Without a deeper analysis, that's what it sounds like to the voter. St. Gabriel's raising business taxes 30% or 20%, and little do we know we're only getting $300,000. So the value, I don't know that it's there for us to put that on the ballot. There might be better ways to raise $300,000 without going to the voters. Like I said, it just doesn't seem like it's that time right now. Because, like, for example, right now, on the one hand, we'd be going to the voters, raising taxes, and then we're giving out grants with the other hand to some businesses that are struggling because their costs are too high. It's like, what are we doing? It's schizophrenic. It's like, okay, we're taxing you, but then we're giving you the money back on the other hand. It doesn't make sense to me. We either need the money or we don't need the money. Why are we giving out in grants? So I think for me, I had the same ideas that Vice Mayor Wu did regarding Airbnb. I think we'd be much better and collect much more money going to regulate Airbnbs, make them quote unquote legal and taxed. Just for example, if we're gonna do a per unit tax on our rentals, we would get that in one weekend at an Airbnb, and if they rent it out more than one weekend a year, we'd be getting much more money because we could charge a TOT, which is 18% of the rental cost. Let's say it's a average $120 a night place that someone stays the weekend. We make $50 in taxes on one rental, one weekend. And Airbnb collects that. Airbnb pays it to us, and so it's easy to administer. Airbnb has it on their application. So right now, if you look up San Gabriel and you rent an Airbnb in San Gabriel, it says price before taxes, X. Price after taxes, X. No delta. So Airbnb is not collecting anything. If we regulated short-term rentals, then it would be X and then 18%, X plus 18%. And that Airbnb or VRBO or whoever it is, they're a big corporation that sends us whatever they collected in taxes. So I think that would be a better way to go. I think one piece of research for the city attorney is, does that need to go to the voters? We already have a TOT tax. We just haven't been collecting it. So if we did a regulation scheme for short-term rentals, does that need to go to the voters? I mean, that's something you can come back to us. I'm not going to put you on the spot.
Yeah, it seems like that is likely to require to go to the voters because you're changing the tax base.
Okay.
But I would absolutely need to research that and get it back to you.
Appreciate that. So I would assume, let's just assume it goes to the voters. If we say San Gabriel's not regulating Airbnb. We'd like to regulate it now, and that's gonna bring in revenue for the city. I think that passes overwhelmingly. I think we'd probably get more than $200,000 in taxes with almost no staff time. It would just be something that comes in like our Amazon. We get Amazon when that law changed. We started getting a lot more sales tax revenue. I think it's similar here. We have an app. We have people that are using online stuff, and then all of a sudden we start collecting more money as a city, and that's not quote unquote self-regulated. If people want to use the Airbnb service, it just passes right on to the consumer that's coming here to stay in San Gabriel. So why wouldn't I stay at an Airbnb when I don't have to pay any taxes? Why would I stay at the Hilton or the Sheraton? We're actually cannibalizing our own taxes. We're taking it away from our hotels, and we're putting it into people that are paying no taxes for occupancy. So I would like to see a scheme, if we're going to go to the voters, just go with an Airbnb regulation. I think we could probably make more than $300,000 just by regulating that. On average, you'll see a dozen or 20 or so Airbnbs. If you look on San Gabriel, you'll see they have 100 reviews, 200 reviews, 300, which means they're getting used. They're not sitting there unoccupied. So I think that would be a better route to go. So for me, I prefer, I think it was number 4, which is do nothing. Leave it how it is, and let's find other ways to do it rather than, like Councilmember Chan said, is add all these categories, add individual homeowners, homes, like people that rent out one home. To me, it's like, what's the likelihood of compliance there? Probably nil or 5%, and then someone gets a bill from the city saying, hey, we know you rented your house out to somebody, and it's like, you should have given us your $54, here's a $300 fine, and then people get mad, and then we all get emails and get yelled at. I think it'd be better just leave it how it is, don't touch it, and maybe come back with the idea, hey, what would a short-term rental program get us? And that might make up this revenue we're looking for. That's my 2 cents.
So I guess, Mayor, what really bothers me is that we have, hotels that are wonderful in our community, but they're being capped at $1,050. That is not fair. And
they're also paying 18% TOT. They're our number 1 tax.
I know, but
and sales.
Still, we're looking at this tax here that you have smaller businesses paying the same. And yeah, maybe we have our hotels paying other kinds of taxes, but they're a hotel. They're not a small business. I still think that if you want to add Airbnb, great, let's do that. But I still believe that we need to make this much more equitable. It is not equitable. I mean, just going through the numbers, I think we can sell it. The staff brought it to our attention. They think they can sell it. I'm okay adding Airbnb if you think that's important. I'm okay trying to find a way to enforce it. We don't have the staff right now to do the enforcement. Even if you add Airbnb, I mean, what's the point of adding that if it's going to be to staff another person? I don't know how much money we're really going to get by going after Airbnb, but I'm comfortable with that. But I just think it's been 30 years. We need to at least bring it up to at least a CPI. I mean, we're like 200% behind in the last 30 years. I really think we need to consider doing something, not nothing.
But to Mr. Mayor's point, wasn't it your point that Airbnb, there's going to be no enforcement cost to us?
No, they just send the city a check.
Yeah, so there's no enforcement cost.
The individual people that are renting out there, it's Airbnb company sends it to the city. So there's no staff required there. It would just be setting up the ordinance and communicating with Airbnb. We now have a tax, you need to start charging it.
So we'll make it legal to have Airbnb, even though they're doing it anyway. And we charge a tax, and we'll put the
TOT,
burden
yeah,
on
you charge a TOT.
the TOT, put the burden on the Airbnb. But I guess it's self-reporting if the owners want to report that they're even doing it. I mean, I guess.
They would have to go off the Airbnb app.
Yeah,
which
they
is
would
their
have to
number
put
one
the
source
burden
of
on
sales.
Airbnb to do the right reporting. But I still believe we need to do something.
So I would argue for the equity portion. These small businesses that are paying that big license fee, I can tell you they're not paying sales tax. Like doctors aren't paying a sales tax. So where's the equity there? They're getting millions of dollars, some of them, for private practice. And they're not paying us anything on that. They pay income tax to the feds, to the state, but they're
But
not
that's a
paying
bigger
us.
issue. I mean, that's all profession, that's not something we can fix here. You know, that was decided that professionals or dentist office, medical offices.
So give me an example of an inequitable small business that's paying that disproportionate tax, which is not a huge amount, but it's a tax, as opposed to a hotel that's paying taxes. Because if we're gonna say you're taxed at X percent from the government, if you're the business owner, you don't just count the business license, you count
But we're
all the
just
taxes.
focused right now on the business. I mean, we got the medical center, same thing, you know, paying $1,050 at the medical center. It just across the board, I just think it's important to do something. I mean, it's been 30 years. I mean, even if, you know, if we drill down, just look at it. It's been 30 years that we've kept it at the same level with this, you know, maximum of $1,050, plus we don't even have that catch-all, so there are businesses that aren't paying anything. I just think being inactive or not doing anything is not a solution. You know?
Yeah. So when we say we're business friendly, we mean it. We've been business friendly since 1991.
Well, I think that your whole thing about the grants, I think that is just, I don't agree with that. I stand by the grants.
some comment?
We were able to support our businesses. I stand by that. For
Yeah.
you to use that as an example, I just think it's wrong. But
We're taking dollars that we could have just kept, and we're giving them to businesses because they're struggling, and then on the other side, we're taxing them.
But the numbers we're taxing them is not, you know, what we gave them. I mean, we're looking at, there were some examples there of $54, $22, especially for the small business that we were focused on. So there's no comparison there. We were trying to support our business, especially after COVID. An additional $22, right here it shows, you know, restaurants, cafes, $22. To make a comparison, I think it's just wrong.
We can have a disagreement.
So, yeah, okay. So discuss this, I like Councilmember Mechenga is talking about, it's 1991, we don't change. We need to discuss, I agree. But things like the mayor say, talking about it, when we propose it, first of all, we need a fair, especially for the Airbnb. If we don't do anything with, by the way, with the Airbnb, you know, if you want to encourage, even if I'm not a council member, if I saw the ballot, saw these kind of things, looks like you increase tax. Yeah, you increase the landlord tax, you will be increase my rent, right? That's you need to think about it. If I like it, the staff do the report, but I think so. We need, if we really need for this tax change, it's better do the same thing, do some community survey too. We can postpone it this year for the future, but we need to do the study. Okay, two things can bring up. One is current tax, if business tax need to increase, and even we can do the survey for the Airbnb too. Like Airbnb, right? Because the through Airbnb, same to the Amazon, you have the, like if you online order, it actually the big company help us collect the money, so we don't need a.
I agree on the Airbnb. Question there.
Yeah, for the current, I think if you want to put on a ballot, you should have some community base to understand it. Yeah, it's easy to say, like Council Member Chen say, because there's a tax for the business. Looks like it's now for my for the resident, but actually the residents still cost them for the long run. If some resident, it's all been even like some business, they are living here, they also have business here too. They against it. They also can let the resident understand it. Hey, because we increase the business tax, then our living costs increase. I don't think people really want to vote pass this bill. Because you want to put on the bill on the ballot, you should have the more confidence to, like, more than 50 people, 50% people came. I think it's 50% or 60%? 50 plus one, right? So at least we need to do some survey right now, see what's the response from our resident voter.
I think we did the survey.
Should be include the business owner too.
Okay, yeah, the survey did not include, we did a survey. That's what Will said, and that they were more favorable on this one than maybe the other one that was also asked. So, but the business owners weren't asked. It was
Yeah.
the voters.
Business owner, yeah.
It was the voters that were asked.
So regarding taxes being inequitable, it would be much simpler to just cap taxes on small businesses to make them equitable to the same rate as large businesses. So for example, if your gross receipts are under 100,000 and you can show it, cap them at 0.09% like the big businesses are, their effective rate, rather than raising the big business, because the amount of revenue we lose, I imagine, would be de minimis, because they're already not paying a lot. If we cut them out completely, they're still not paying a lot out of all the businesses. So you're going from paying a few $100s to $50 or whatever it is. If that's the concern, is equity, because they're getting taxed at 0.2% of their estimated gross receipts. Whereas because someone like a hotel is making millions upon millions of dollars, like hundreds of millions, their effective rate is 0.009%. So yes, there's a percentage difference, and it looks like a huge graph, but in effect, the amount that these small businesses are paying is not a lot. It's not a huge tax bill. I mean, they just pay it and it's bam. I don't think anyone pays $200, $300 and says, oh, this is inequitable. It's like, well, it's the cost of doing business in San Gabriel. So yeah, the graph looks really gigantic, but in reality, it's not a lot of money you're dealing with. That's my position. If you really want to change, give small businesses less taxes.
So Mayor, may I have some, I'm so grateful that at least this is a very early stage, because it seems like we will need more time to study, to get some research. But there are a couple of things I would like to share with my colleagues and also the public. First of all, I think 20%, when we see 20% is like a huge number, this is really scary, because when I see something is increased 20% and this is something about tax, I definitely will just cover my eyes and say no. But so far, I think if there will be, the flat rate is 1,000, then we say 20% is 200. Oh, that's huge. But if the tax base is like $10, and now we say we add 20%, that is $12. But it's just like something, it's just the number is actually so small. So I agree with Mayor. Our mayor said that this is only for $330,000. It may not really worth to put that on balance, because this is such a really small amount, but it looks so impactful to those constituents that they will say, oh my God, 20%, they don't really care. That is so small numbers that will be increased on their flat rate. But 20% is horrible. But look at the Model 3B. 5 classifications goes to receive tax that range from $1.5 to $3.5 per 1,000, which means that is 0.15% to 0.35%. That number looks more reasonable, right? But it generates more revenue for the city, if you see that way. If I see that something, it's just like a major SG, there's some little percentage there, but we know that little percentage helps. So when we go with the number, that's why I said, well, I think the Model 3 is more, it looks fair. It looks like equitable, because that makes sense for us to put the things on ballots. And the actual percentage is so small on this. This is my ideas about the financial impact part. But also, I would like to we should really count down a little about Airbnb things. First of all, we are going to have the third hotels, which is like 5-star hotels. I think, first of all, if we are going to amend or remove the codes 153, which is we will allow the short-term or less than 30-day stay, it may not be really fair for those major investor that they create that many jobs, they pay tax, they are just like something that they cannot hide. They won't really like those people. They share their rooms and make some couple $1,000s a month, but without paying tax. Those companies, they are faithfully paying every single penny they make. And they also have the TMID to make our city more prosperous. So before we can move to something that open a market for their competitors, even they're so small, we should really think twice. We don't really want to hurt those people. They have majorly putting their huge investment in our city, and we betray them. This is how I feel. And second thing is, Airbnb is actually impacting the local community. When we probably need to get that as a part of the research, because can you imagine that people, they may come in so late and they may rent their apartment or even the community like condominium units. So they just wrote up their luggage and they speak loud during the nighttime. And they just knock the door and ask the landlord come out to give them the key. So can you imagine that if we have every single area that they have some Airbnb there? That could really impact we call the peaceful environment for our community. I don't mind that we can just study a little bit more, but to me, Airbnb is only just one type of somehow illegal business in our city now, because we still have the municipal code. And another type of business we call is like room share. They just share their room. A tenant rent a property and rent a 4-bedroom properties, and they share the room. So actually, that tenant is making money. He pays maybe like $3,000, but he makes $4,000 back because he has sublet those units, that's bathroom, to other people. Even worse, we have people, they rent a space and they rent like 5 people in one room and just 5 different baths. And they just use the water, the public, and they make noise, and they have like all the parking everywhere. So those are creating more issues to our community. So before we are going to amend or to talk about canceling the municipal codes for those short-term stays, I will urge my colleagues, let's calm down a little. We talk about this, if this is really good for our community. And the last thing is, I believe the enforcement, to enforce the codes, to penalize those people who is doing the actual business, but they're not really paying tax. Those people, we should really chase after them. I mean, I totally understand sometimes people just try to make it easy. They don't want to report it. But that is something we call the potential risk to our community. They are renting to the people we don't know who they are. And they may run something business that in our city, it could be illegal, prostitution, drug dealers, everything. So this is important that for a city to protect our community by enforcing the code. We are lack of that part. So that's why I feel so really upset when those taxpayers, they're paying tax, they are having a business license, they pay all the fees, and they still looking those people on the street and everywhere, they can run a business and they generate more revenue, but without any tax cost. That is not fair. So that's my 2 cents. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're absolutely right with the Airbnbs, although, got carried away here with what we could make. But it brings that party atmosphere in neighborhoods. I know there's been problems in other cities, because they rent them to whoever. And so there are a lot of issues that come with Airbnb. The one thing I wanted to ask you, Vice Mayor, you mentioned classification 3B, or maybe it was 3A, that went from $1 to $3. I mean, that's like, 200% increase.
Per thousand.
Yeah, per thousand. I understand the 20% being very glaring. Maybe there's a better way of saying it. I don't know if we have to give a percentage. But even the Model 3A from $1 to $3, I mean, for me, that's pretty glaring, even more than the 20%. But if we put it to on the ballot, do we have to say a 20% increase? Can we just say how much additional tax we would get? Is that possible? So it's a little more attractive?
Prop 218 has very specific requirements about what has to be described, and I believe you have to show the percentage effect on the ratepayer, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so it's not a dollar amount, it's a percentage impact. So then, any of these models, like for example, the $1 to $3, we couldn't lay it out that way. We would have to say what the percentage increase would be overall, because to get to the 1 million, I mean, that's going to be pretty significant, the percentage.
As far as the precise wording of the measure and the notice, I would have to look.
Okay, well then that's fine. Maybe add it to the note, because again, the $1 to $3, if we're going to get $1 million, that's got to be percentage-wise pretty significant. If at 20%, we're looking at 329. But that's good question to have. And yeah, I agree with Vice Mayor. I forget, there's been a lot of hotels that have really suffered a lot with Airbnbs because they do take business from them because they don't pay it. They don't have to worry about the cost. There's so much they don't have to worry about. So I think you're right, maybe having a whole separate discussion about the value that Airbnb brings before we change the ordinance or change anything about allowing it in our city. I think you're dead on. It's good to have a better discussion about it.
Well, thank you for your comments. I mean, yes, Airbnb, usually it sounds like a really good business, but not even Airbnb, but there are some other platform is doing the same thing. So I think the most important thing is how we can, if they run a business, if one day we have to amend the municipal code, then at least we have to effectively able to collect those tax money. But if we are open up and then we are still not able to collect those money and people still running business as Airbnb, but we just collect money from one source, but other sources that we are not able to catch, it's still waste of time, and that could really make more, it could jeopardize the whole reputation of the city. I personally think that we should really start from the law enforcement, code enforcement. That is something, if we are able to collect those money that we're supposed to collect, but they just not reported to us, we should really have double our tax money already. Because we are allowing them, or we are not capable enough to collect every single dollars that they actually, running the nature of their business. That is a big loss to us. So if we would like to start with that, maybe not touching this, but we can start to talk about how we can more, we have a code. So the code is here, but no one to enforce, then the code is useless. And now it's like we are punishing the people who is faithfully paying the tax money. But for those people who is outside of the law, they don't care, and we cannot do anything about this. That is how make people feel like helpless. So I will urge my colleagues, maybe we can focus on this part first. Then we can amend something else smoothly. So that's my point. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was my question, was to bring back the Airbnb as an item, not included in all this. Because we have to say Airbnb's already here. It's already competing with our hotels. It's already taking away from hotels. In fact, it has a competitive advantage that we've built in. I believe we should send a letter to Airbnb saying, stop listing houses. You're breaking our municipal code, and we're gonna fine you for each one each day. That might have some teeth, because you go to Airbnb right now, there's 165 units listed.
I was just asking our city attorney, I'm sorry, Mayor, can we find them?
I mean, they're advertising against our code in our city for short-term rentals that are against our code. And they're doing it openly and notoriously. We can just send a cease and desist.
Let me ask the city attorney,
And
can we
stop
do that?
listing in our zip code, just take it off your app. It's a very simple code for them, just say no listings in that.
I mean, we've had this ordinance for, before I think I even got on
Years and
board.
years. As soon as they
So,
started.
yeah, we haven't done anything for,
I mean, that's just a letter. It doesn't take
Years.
us a whole bunch of compliance. Say stop listing. And I know that's happened in other cities. I don't know if it's been litigated or not.
Yeah, I can imagine. Mine. Red means go.
Red means go.
I just got done with a meeting earlier today where green was the right one. All right, so short answer is, again, I'd have to get back to you. This sounds like a jurisdictional question in part, and I think conceptually it's possible. The question is, as a practical matter, is it feasible legally? And meaning, what I'm curious about is, could we assert jurisdiction over them as opposed to the renters who are using the platform? And is this like would they argue that they are essentially like a common carrier for the listing?
Well, then we could demand a list of their people using their service and send individual letters to each address and say, you're running an illegal business in our city and you're gonna be fined every time we catch you.
Right, or just do a search of the.
Well, they won't give you the address unless you book it. You have to book it to get the address. So we could start booking them and getting the address,
Yeah, I guess
refunding ourselves.
what I can tell you tonight is we can check into it.
Yeah, I think this is a compliance issue. If we do it that route, that would take a lot of staff time. But like I said, that's not what I'm asking for here. I'm just saying bring back a short-term rental analysis of what are the possibilities, just like this. Alternative 1, alternative 2, alternative 3, alternative 4, you know, like the same idea. What are the cost benefits of regulating it versus banning it? Because we know it's happening. And it's gonna happen on, VRBO and all the other ones, Virgo and all the ones that are here, they all have, there's like 10 different short-term rentals. And as well as room rentals, which that's short-term rental as well, even if you're just renting a room. So I think unless we have further items to discuss, do we have, come back with this, or what's the will of the council before we make motions? Does anyone think we're ready to go with this?
Just more questions.
Okay.
Regarding the alternate number 2 and the 3, it's based on the gross receipt. So for some business, I think it's hard to say the gross receipt. For example, the real estate agent will sell the $10 million. I don't think we have. Okay. It's just say the $1 million the house. Will be based on the 1 million or based on their commission?
Let's see here, so like a real estate agent would.
Yeah.
Would sell, I think that would just, their gross receipts would be just their commission.
Yeah, because it's their
commission,
business,
yeah.
not their
Okay.
Yeah.
amount of sale.
So, yeah, otherwise, it's hard to. Yeah, but you're talking about the current, right? You're talking currently, yeah. I'm just talking about for the future. For future, but we can discuss single rate or, but you 5 class, so you will be defined as some 5 different category.
Yeah.
So do you have any idea what's the 5 category for the receipt?
Yeah, so we would, the 5 categories would be, we would have a contractor classification. That's kind of like our plumbers, engineers, people who are doing general contractors here. And then we would have a commercial retail category. And then we would have a rental, which would be both commercial and residential. We would have a service category. And then we would have a professional category.
Okay. So 5 category.
5 categories, yeah. and then each would pay a specific gross receipts rate.
So, Will, I just saw that on your presentation that shows there's a fortune teller. It's now 0 in our city. So what category is that?
Which one?
Fortune teller.
Oh, which category would go into model?
Professional.
It sounds like a sounds like a service. Sounds like a
The-
service.
Don't you have a catch-all? I mean, the change would have this catch-all, because some of them are slipping through because they don't fit into the category. So the new improved one would have a catch-all, right?
Yeah, the model one, we would recommend that there would be a catch-all for miscellaneous, something that just doesn't fit into what we have.
So we will tax them based on how many palms the fortune tellers read, right?
Yeah, so with this, I don't think we need a motion. I think staff can just bring us back this item and then the Airbnb separately as 2 items. Everyone okay with that? All right, let's do that. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
No motion. No, we're good.
No motion, right?
Just provided directions, so we'll move to the next item, please.
I promise council will end on a happy note tonight with a farmer's market.
Planned that way, right?
That's right.
And on a happy note.
Next item is item C, professional services agreement with supporting arms for San Gabriel Certified Farmers Market and budget appropriation of $21,000 for the market launch and operation. Community Development Director Cervantes will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item is pertaining to a request to consider a professional service agreement with supporting arms for a farmers market event within the city of San Gabriel. Staff is also requesting an appropriations in funding of $21,000 that will help cover marketing expenses as well as covering operation costs for the event. So as part of our 2023 strategic planning process, the City Council directed staff to look into the ability of the city to host as well as fund and operate our farmers market within the city. Subsequent to this direction, staff began the research process by meeting with experienced vendors to help understand the operations of farmers markets as well as to help understand any of the challenges for running these events. Staff also launched as well as collected information related to a citywide survey to help gauge the public's interest with regards to this event. Staff also visited several local farmers market events within the area to again understand the scope of the events. And lastly, staff reached out to several farmers market vendors within the LA County to request proposals. And subsequent to that process, the city did receive 3 proposals to host this event within our city. And as a result of the citywide survey, it's safe to say that a farmers market event would be welcomed within the city. Over 85% of 200 responders of the survey identified very high interest in the event, as well as 97% of the responders also suggested that we provide fruits and vegetables as an option for the event. 69 of the responders also identified that the event location should be within the Mission District area, as well as identifying another location with respect to the Mission Playhouse parking lot. Other supporters also identified elements that include dog-friendly environments, EBT accessibility, as well as some form of entertainment as part of the event. So the city received 3 proposals, one from the Farms Habits, Supporting Arms, and Van Aver Events. After evaluating all the proposals staff evaluated the proposals and we evaluated them pursuant to the community feedback, i.e. the survey, and other related factors, and ultimately ended up that Supporting Arms met the criteria the staff was looking for, as well as the criteria that was generated by the surveys. In addition to the experience of supporting ARMS with, of course, operating several farmers markets, supporting ARMS was able to identify several programs and operations that we felt would fit the city. For example, again, the nutritional programs, i.e. EBT, as well as WIC, allowing local businesses or local merchants to participate within the event itself, as well as provide a good mixture or variety of vendors within the actual event center as well, i.e. Sort of bread operators or farmers, craft type businesses, dry foods, fruits, and produce. So it's a good mixture of services. So with respect to the draft agreement with Supporting Arms, Supporting Arms will be looking at hosting the event at the Park and Ride, which is located just north of us here at 257 North Mission or South Mission Drive. Parking as well as ADA compliant parking will be provided via the Mission Playhouse parking lot, which is across the street from the venue site. The event will also be hosted on a Saturday as pursuant to our staff recommendation. The event will take place between 8:30 and 1:30. Setup time for the event will start as early as 7:30 in the morning. The market will also consist, as mentioned, 3 to 4 farmers, 10 artisan food vendors, 4 hot food vendors, as well as 4 craft style vendors. And here's a map of or a draft map of the layout proposed by Supporting Arms. The parking lot, Park and Ride lot does demonstrate the best location to launch the farmers market event. There is ample room for not only the food booths or the variety of booths, pop-up tents and so forth, but there's also enough room for the vendors to park their vehicles if they need to be within a close proximity of their selling points. Moreover, with the addition of the tents and the vehicles and what have you, there's ample room for pedestrians to stroll through the event center. It's also worth noting that the population surrounding this event center is roughly about 3,800 individuals, which we would safely assume would be your walking community to this event center. So with that said, staff recommends the City Council review and approve the professional service agreement with Supporting Arms, allocate $21,000 for marketing as well as operation costs for the event, approve the modified business license fee structure identified within the staff report, as well as authorize the city manager to execute and sign the agreement. That concludes the presentation. I open for questions. And I will also add that the vendor representing Supporting Arms is also here in the audience to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions from council?
Just a quick one. Supporting Arms, there's no fee there, so they don't charge anything for coordinating the farmers market? Somebody.
The short answer is no. We had revenue sharing with some of the other groups that we talked about with, and the former farmers market operator, we had a revenue share, but we felt like this would be more important just to let the vendor run and have as much leeway as possible. If it becomes so successful that it's oversubscribed and we can work with them on some sort of a revenue share, we will. But as far as charging the fee, we're not charging them use of the parking lot. We're paying for porta potties and other things, and in return, they're not charging us for any of those services as well. So
Okay. Just want to make sure it wasn't an oversight. Thank you.
Any other questions of council? Although you're getting off too easy. Nothing? Oh, okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
This is just clarifying, I know.
Well, okay, my question is, if some of our local business would like to join as a vendor at the San Gabriel Farmers Market. So what is the process? And when we promote the farmers market as a like fun, friendly, organic, healthy, and of course income qualified friendly too. So what are those requirements for supporting arms in the city to certify those applicants to be a member of the vendor community?
It really depends what stage in their vendor journey they're at. Some people start out of their kitchens at home, so they would have to go through the health permit process, which is usually like a cottage kitchen permit. And then from there, they would have to go through us, get an application to participate in the farmers market. Once they fill out an application, we'll direct them to the health department, and then they get a temporary facility permit for that specific farmers market.
So they can actually propose, they can bring you the proposal, and they can just tell you, oh, this is made from kitchen, but you will be the person as a bridge that helping them to apply and get the permits from the health department in our county.
Correct. So
And city business.
depending where they're at, we'll guide them and direct them so they can attend the farmers market.
Okay. And the second question is, after 6 months, I know that the initial terms is we work together at 6 months. So if we will be continue with supporting ARMS as our farmers market partner, so we are actually will exercise for another 2 years, right? So that means after 6 months, then we exercise the option, then will be additional 2 years.
Correct. So we're hoping that the market is very successful, and with the partnership with San Gabriel, the marketing would be excellent, and I think it's going to be a positive impact in the community. So far, I mean, everyone seems excited here, and I know that I've heard rumors from other people that they've been waiting for the farmers market to come back.
So the last question is, you provide the layout of the event. So how many more vendors that you are able to fit in if we have more vendors from our local community?
Right. So as you see on the map layout, that's approximately 30 tents. So that's about 15 to 17 vendors. And then you can notice on the other side of the parking lot, there's plenty of room to double that. So we're looking at about 60 tents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions?
Yeah, clarifying as to if I've been to other farmers markets and I see a vendor that I like and I think would fit well with our city, then would the procedure be that I would ask them to get in touch with you and work with you? Is that the way it works?
Either or you can give me their contact information,
Okay.
and I'll see if they're available.
Okay, but meaning it would be that vendor working directly with you as opposed to going through the city? It'd be
Right.
to them to you, and you have the experience to
Correct.
tell them
So
what
I would
they
be able
need.
to direct them
Okay.
for the appropriate process, just to make sure they're in
Right.
accordance with the health department.
Right, okay, thank you.
Any further clarifying questions?
Yeah, you're going to charge the vendor fee, right?
Correct.
So if just ask the question, if just in case the vendor, it's our San Gabriel resident, so did you have any difference fee for them, or?
So we do like to promote within the community, so definitely any vendor that resides in the city or does business in the city of San Gabriel, we would offer some type of discount.
Okay, thank you.
And then, of course, booths would be available at no charge to any city department that would like to attend.
Does that include, like, I saw on here, the nonprofits and, like, for example, we have lots of community organizations that might. wanna
Correct.
set up a tent.
Nonprofits.
Not selling anything, they just want.
Right, information, surveys, whatever you like to share with the community.
Great, thank you. All right, any further clarifying questions? All right, we will go to public comment. Do we have public comment on this item?
Mayor, we have one email and one in person.
Thank you. We'll take the in-person first, or? She's
The-
already standing up. She's already standing up.
The public comment is from Erlindo Romo.
Thank you for bringing this item. I am in support of this farmer's market. I was in support of the first farmer's market, and I've talked about a farmer's market for over 30 years here in San Gabriel. My only request is that we have more than 3 to 4 certified farmer market vendors at the farmer's market. I go to farmer's markets on a regular basis, and one of the things that I try to do in order to be a good citizen and have less trash is I can get things without paper bags, without plastic bags, without plastic clam containers, so the strawberries always taste better. So I make it a point, and I've gone to at least 5 farmers markets in the area. I even drove all the way down to Whittier on a Friday morning to get fresh strawberries, because the Pasadena Farmers Market was not going to be open on Saturday morning because of New Year's and everything going on at Victory Park. So it is important, if it's a farmer's market, to have more vendors. That's my only message. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Our next comment is from former council member Karina Rivera, resident, and is in support of the San Gabriel Farmers Market. Her email reads as follows. Mayor and esteemed city council members, as a former council member that lobbied for farmers market in San Gabriel City and a proud resident of San Gabriel, I want to express my strong support for establishing a farmers market in our community. As we all know, farmers market plays a vital role in promoting local agriculture, fostering community connections, and enhancing the overall quality of life for our residents. Here are a few compelling reasons why I believe farmers market would be a valuable addition to our city. Supporting local farmers. A farmers market provides direct platform for local farmers, growers, and artisans to showcase their fresh produce, handmade goods, and crafts. By supporting these small businesses, we contribute to the economic well-being of our community. Access to fresh, nutritious food. Residents deserve access to fresh, locally grown fruits, vegetables, and other wholesome products. A farmer's market would allow us to enjoy seasonal produce, free from long transportation distances and excessive packaging. Community building. Farmers markets creates a vibrant gathering space where neighbors can interact, share stories, and build relationships. It's a place where diverse backgrounds come together, fostering a sense of unity and pride in our city. Educational opportunities. A farmers market can serve as an educational hub, offering workshops in sustainable farming practices, healthy cooking, and environmental awareness. Our children can learn about the origins of their food and develop deeper appreciation for nature. Tourism and cultural enrichment. Visitors from neighboring areas and tourists often seek out farmers markets. By hosting one in our city, we not only attract visitors, but also celebrate our local culture, traditions, and culinary heritage. I kindly request the City Council consider the following steps. Identify a suitable location, explore potential sites within our city where farmers market could thrive. Consider factors such as accessibility, parking, and foot traffic. Engage with local farmers and vendors. Reach out to local farmers, artisans, and food producers to gauge their interest and gather input. Their perspectives are invaluable in shaping the market's success. Promote community engagement. Involve residents in planning process through town hall meetings, surveys, and social media platforms. Their feedback will guide your efforts. Collaborate with existing organizations. Partnering with community organizations, schools, and nonprofits to create a holistic approach to farmers markets. We can incorporate educational programs, live music, and family-friendly activities. In conclusion, a farmers market is not just a place to buy groceries, it's a hub for community vitality, economic growth, and sustainable living. Let's sow the seeds of positive change by supporting this initiative. Thank you for your attention. That's all the public comments we have.
All right, that was, yeah, you're fast. Good cutoff. Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public who'd like to address council? They're all gone. Thank you. So we'll close public comment. Now it's time for council discussion deliberation. I want to go first. Councilmember Machaca.
Okay. So, Mark, is this true? We would be the last city to have a farmer's market, right? Because all the other cities have one.
No one else gets one. We're the last.
We're the last.
Maybe not the last city in the world, but
In the 20 miles, 25 miles radius.
certainly all the cities that touch us have farmers markets.
That's what I thought. Okay. So even though we selected Saturday morning, Saturday.
Maybe not San Marino.
San
Marino does
Marino
not
is
have
like, yeah. We don't count them.
They don't want riffraff in their city, you know.
Yeah, well, anyway. So what's the competition like for Saturday mornings? I agree with Saturday mornings, but I was just wondering the competition.
I hear it's pretty good, because South Pass is Thursday, Alhambra, our neighbor, is Saturday.
Sunday.
Sunday morning, that's right, Sunday. And
Pasadena, that's Saturday.
Pasadena's Saturday, a little bit farther away,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
Everyone else is
Temple City
other
is
days.
Sunday, right? Temple City is
I
Sunday.
think so. So I think Saturday morning will work well for us.
Great. Was really the question was for the staff, but that's okay.
Oh, no.
I'll take it.
First-hand experience.
Yeah, I appreciate you. You seem to be a farmer's market expert, Councilmember Chan. That's great. Well, I think the farmer's market is also a great opportunity for outreach for our community, whether it's the surveys. I know Alhambra, they actually have their city council members sitting at the booths.
Yeah, I was gonna joke about that, but yeah, maybe.
Just,
We get a booth?
Yeah, we get a booth, well, they get a booth and they answer questions, but I noticed on page 3, it does say operators open to incorporating community engagement opportunities. And I just wanted to hear from staff, but I can hear from my colleagues. What kind of engagement opportunities were you thinking of?
Well, it's likely going to be a lot of, the marketing piece, which is what part of the appropriations is going to include, for example, a call for vendors through social media campaigns, using the fundings to incorporate some kind of marketing piece within magazines, local newspapers, that sort of thing. So that's the outreach program. That's why the funding is somewhat high. But I think the easiest first approach would be a call for vendors via social media. I've seen other cities do that with respect to their events, and I think it's quite successful to do it that way. You can even incorporate an application process as part of that call for vendors. That is
So that falls under the community engagement opportunities?
exactly right.
Oh, okay. I thought it was more like we would do something.
Well, for example, this evening or this afternoon, I was on a call with one of a potential vendor who might be interested in having a booth at this farmer's market. So, you know, that's a small percentage component to what we're going to be doing as far as staff is concerned, is calling interested vendors or vendors that we think can fit into this program and offering them a sort of a spot amongst this area. And as the vendor had mentioned, there's plenty of room for growth at this site, and so that's going to give us that opportunity to do that. So calls from staff is a very good personal touch to the process, and I think that's part of the marketing.
Yeah, because I was looking at maybe like an incubator, kind of what Blossom Market does. They start small, like the barbecue place, they start small. Now they have a brick and mortar in Alhambra, unfortunately, not with us, but kind of an incubator to help business owners start their business. You know, he mentioned, starts in their home, in their kitchen, and then they keep growing. So I think that's a great opportunity too, an incubator kind of model. On page 2, it talks about it here. Let's see. It says EBT access. It was about the survey, 200 responses, and that people wanted EBT accessibility, a dog-friendly environment, and entertainment. What kind of entertainment were we going to include, if any? Because I was thinking maybe a DJ, but maybe
Don't make
local
me answer that.
bands or-
I will sing.
I thought you were a comedian. Didn't you say you were a comedian?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there are a variety of options. Of course, one could be a DJ, or one could be looking at live performance, whether it's someone on a piano or a guitar. But that's the sort of live entertainment that we're thinking about. Nothing that would generate a lot of noise because there's residential
There's residents,
properties
exactly, yeah.
nearby, and so we don't want to disturb those residents with respect to the event. So I would say that we'd be looking for entertainment that has sort of a low impact noise.
But would that be our responsibility, or is it supporting arms? Or
That would
arms
be-
supporting, I forget which way it goes, but yeah.
A lot of the responsibility with respect to finding vendors would be on supporting arms, so that would be their task.
Okay, so, but that would include entertainment too?
That's correct.
Okay, okay, so you probably know the area and you'll find somebody to entertain, because apparently that's a high priority here. Okay, great. And then it says here that, market will begin in spring of 2024. I don't even know when spring starts, frankly, but in the contract, I think it said March. I think it's extremely aggressive. I mean, that's next month.
Right.
Are we really looking at March to start something like this?
It really depends on the logistics from the vendor to be able to start that soon. That's, so far, from my understanding, he signed the agreement. So far, understanding that March is our goal. If that needs to get pushed out, we're gonna hear that from the vendor. But at least we have a target to meet, or a goal to meet. If there's a need to expand that further out, we can certainly talk about that.
I guess I'm more concerned with getting the word out.
Right.
You know, we have a lunar festival coming up, 2 days. I mean, that's a great opportunity to promote our farmers market,
Right.
but we need materials, we need information. And so you really only have a week and a half to lunar festival to put something together. To me, it's a missed opportunity if we don't have anything in paper.
Right.
Because I'm assuming it's going to be quite popular, so I like to capture those people. So that's why I was asking when I saw March, and I thought, wow, you know, what's the next big event? And it's the Lunar Festival. Okay, and then for the nonprofits, organizations, so if they want to rent it, is it free? Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, for any 501c3 nonprofit organization, we'll go ahead and sponsor them.
So if you sponsor them, can they sell, like, for example, one of my nonprofits, we have merchandise, T-shirts that we could sell.
So it's, yeah, there's going to be some limitations on that due to obvious business licenses. For nonprofits, we more encourage the information part of it, not so much the selling of anything.
Okay, so for example, a raffle or anything like that?
Yeah, that would
none of
be iffy. It would have to be
Okay.
case by case and depending what the cause is and.
So all we could do is pass out information, for example, for our preschool, or information about an upcoming fundraiser? I mean, I just think you have to set boundaries, because every nonprofit.
Right. There is boundaries. So for nonprofits to actually sell products, that's going to be a whole different issue. There is going to be some other steps that's going to have to be taken. But to send out a message or get out some information, or like you said, maybe like some type of event, that's totally fine.
Okay, so it's just information.
Information
delivery,
based, yeah,
But
mostly.
no selling, no retail, no.
Correct.
Okay, no raffle. Okay. And then I know we've had interest in pop-ups, although that goes back to the business tax that I hope one day we'll update. But what about these pop-ups, like, for example, the library? I can't pronounce the name.
Yeah, that was Andrew, I believe.
Yeah, they wanted to do a pop-up at Blossom Market, but
Right.
the fee was just not, it was just too much. Would they be able to do a pop-up here as a vendor, or that wouldn't qualify? Because it's not a nonprofit, it's a business, but they do pop-ups. I mean, it's a little different.
Yeah, I think under the umbrella of the vendor with this agreement, they're able to secure a spot, granted that it gets approved by the vendor. We did list an opportunity for the vendors to pay a much smaller fee in the staff report. So the hope is that we can attract those pop-up businesses to participate in this event and also not have to pay a large amount of money with respect to taxes. So as long as they can get through the filtering system with a vendor, there is an option for that to
We
participate.
had that one event at the Mission Playhouse. It was done by a younger generation, and they had all these vendors there that had different crafts, and it was a wonderful event. I forget what they called it. It was like a vintage.
Oh, the flea market?
The flea market,
Yes.
that was it. But they
Yes.
had a lot of vintage pop-ups, but none of them could come back because they couldn't afford the fee that they had to pay. But this could be a great opportunity for them. Is that correct?
That's correct, especially with the location that we found or discovered where there's opportunities for growth on the site.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, I hope we can reach out to that group, because it was quite popular, but it was definitely a different generation that that attended that event, but it would be great to bring them back. Okay, and then, let's see, weather conditions, who decides whether we cancel a farmer's market? Because, you know, with the rain, it's not going to be here forever. It feels like it, but it's not going to be here forever. Who makes that decision? Would it be you, or would it be the city, or collaboratively?
So generally, we would make that decision. There's two main reasons why we would close a market. One would be if there's some type of lightning or thunderstorm. The second one would be high winds. So usually, once we start climbing to about 17 miles per hour, we start debating if it's safe or not. We do utilize tie downs and weights, but just depending on the location of the market and how the wind hits, we would use our discretion and see what the forecast for that day is, and break it down by the hour. If it doesn't seem like it's going to improve, then we'll just go ahead and shut down.
So that's a decision you make, not the city?
We would make that decision just for our liability.
Okay.
But then we would also discuss that with the city to let them know what our decision is.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. And then, well, since you're here already, I had two questions. The second one's for Aldo, but I'll just ask you, one of the public comments is that we just didn't have enough vendors. Did you pick that number for a specific reason? I mean, would it be growing, or what?
I believe
how does that work?
that's a good number to start with. We do not know what the outcome will be. We want to make sure that the market's successful, so the vendors that are there do well. We don't want to have a huge market and have not a good turnout. So I think that's a good start. It's good variety, different vendors, different types of food, where we can see, because usually the first day, the grand opening day, tells a lot, tells the whole story. If we have a great grand opening, we know we need more vendors. If it's not so great, we got to do more marketing.
So how do we decide? Because, I mean, in the report, it says our last one was really successful. I didn't think it was. I thought it was very poorly attended. But now, let's start again. How do we measure success? When you say, well, it has to be well attended, or do you count, or how do you know it's successful?
So at the end of each market, the vendors report their sales. We also get feedback from the vendors, so looking at the sales and comparing it to other markets and seeing what the traffic was for the day, we get a general consensus of how the day went.
And
so we'll
you wait like after a month to make that decision, or, I mean, you said the first day, but I don't know if that's...
From my experience, the first day tells the whole story.
Really? We better work hard on that then, okay. And then lastly, for Aldo, you know, I notice here that we're going to spend money on street banners, and, you know, I'm involved with another group, the Kiwanis Club. We were told specifically not to update our banners because street banners was passé, you know, that nobody looks at street banners anymore. Everything's relating to social media, and that was somebody from the city that told us. So we didn't update our banner, but then I see here that you're putting street banners. So are the street banners now back into, you know, the flow that maybe we should be updating banners? I mean, is the city going to continue to do banners?
Yeah, and I wasn't aware of the changing flow of banners here in
Okay,
the city,
yeah, I thought
so-
we weren't hip enough to know that. But
Yeah, apparently, but it is a good way of marketing the program that we have offered here. For example, for Dumpling and Beer, which I'm part of, we utilize that banner for not only advertising the event, the day of the event, but also our sponsors end up on that banner as well. So it works for us for that event. I think it can work for this event as well. As far as the design of the banner, the marketing or branding of the banner, we can discuss that, of course, but as I said, it is a highlighted advertisement. Everyone sees it.
that's what we thought too, but, you
And
know.
given those factors, I think it's a good approach.
So you're just going to have one, right? Mission Drive and Las Tunas, because a lot of times we have
Right.
it on San Gabriel Boulevard too.
Yeah, unless the council feels that we should have other locations, we can look at that.
Okay. And that was it. I mean, I'm fully supportive of this. I just want to make sure we evaluate it properly, because I don't want to wait 2 years and, you know, let's just try to do our best up front. And so thank you for bringing this. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next?
I just want to say I've heard everything I need to know.
All right, I like that. Vice Mayor Wu.
Sure, I just want, very excited about this. I would like to express my appreciation to our city manager, Mark, and our former PIO, Clara, for visiting our farmers market and return with such a great, well-organized plan and arrangement for farmers market vendors. And of course, thank you, Project Manager Aldo, and also our city staff for making the farmers market happens again in our city for the first time since 2014 and 15, right? And also, I would like to special thanks the owner of the Blossom Market Hall, because they are allowing our farmers market vendor to use their restroom facility.
Right.
That helps a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ding.
Thank you, staff. It's waiting for the long time. So for me, because after discuss to hear my colleague, only my mayor, okay, I think I just want to make a motion to approve it. I just say first. Okay.
You can make the motion, but I'll table discussion while I discuss. If you want to be that fast and make the motion, go ahead, and I'll table it for a second. I just have a quick question for Leonard. How many other markets do you run, and kind of an idea of like sizing and where they are?
Currently, we have six. We have one once a month in Lancaster. We have 5 markets that run Tuesday through Friday. We have contracts with the County of Los Angeles, so we do their major hospitals such as LAC, USC Medical, Harbor UCLA, All of You UCLA, and we do Rancho Los Amigos out in Downey. And then we have a small little market in Glendale, which is a commercial property.
Got you. So this wouldn't interfere with any of them then?
No.
You could
Right on track.
choose your vendors wisely, yeah. All right, I like it. So Tony, take it away.
But one more question. It's for the vendor. Vendor, still consider what insurance.
Perfect segue.
Insurance. They should be provided insurance.
Correct. So we have an insurance policy, but we require each vendor to obtain their own as well.
Okay, that's important. Okay. Yeah, I make a motion.
I'll second.
What was the motion for? Are you for or against?
In favor of staff recommendation, right?
There you go.
All right.
We have to say it. We can't vote on nothing. So we have a motion for staff recommendation. Who seconds?
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Wu seconds. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
5-0. All right, appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so next item, please.
Public comment?
We have,
We do not have any.
so we have received none electronically. No one wants to make public comment in that? All right, that's your last chance. Public comment is closed. Next item, city manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 quick things today. At the risk of sounding like I'm sucking up to my bosses, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I spent the weekend with you all up at Santa Barbara, and I know you'll all talk about this during your council comments as well. But it is very enjoyable to see the 5 of you together and to be part of that. And I can't imagine other city managers feel that same way when they're sitting in the room with their 5 bosses. I don't want to call anybody out, but it's great to see you all work together and learn and come back to these meetings and apply what you all learn. So I very much appreciate that. And second of all, we have fared very well as a city during the storm, and I think that's a huge testament to those folks who are sitting in the back of the room right now. The entire staff plays a big part of that, PD and fire, obviously. But Public Works has gone out and made sure all the drains are cleaned and all of the water is flowing downhill where it should. So a very huge shout out to them and fire for the messaging throughout the entire ordeal. So thank you all very much. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Mark. And I would just add that we are lucky because I got the sanitation report. I think there's 14 sewage overflows because of this rain. And luckily, our system is running efficiently and well. So we count our blessings. All right. Next item, council comments and conference reports. Who would like to go first?
Sure.
First of all, thank the Public Works staff, I believe, for getting the dead skunk off Chestnut, so.
Very specific.
Oh, yes. I know where it was. Also, okay, real quick, on January 21st, I attended a San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce Education Expo at the Hilton. It was a great community event, and it was very successful. So thank you to them. January 26th, I attended the grand opening of an organization called Estiva Health Services there in Monterey Park. January 27th, also Monterey Park, I attended their Lunar New Year Festival. It was a lot of fun, and I spent the whole time marketing our lantern event. So I hope and trying to make sure that they attend ours. And as city manager mentioned, the last couple of days, February 2nd to 4th, we all attended Independent Cities Association Conference in Santa Barbara, and it was a focus on public safety. And one of the most impressive things that I took away from there was the use of technology for public safety. They talked about very fancy drones that had high capability and seemed like they would be very cost-effective. So we're probably going to look into that. And another thing called LPR, license plate reading technology, to track criminals, and so we can track them and know when they come into the city and leave our city, and we and our neighbors can help protect each other. And it also makes San Gabriel less desirable for criminals to come in and commit crime when they know that we have these kind of capabilities to catch them. And then there was a very informative discussion on the fentanyl crisis, so and what to do about it, and how we can help solve it. So that's all for me. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you much. Who would like to go next? Vice Mayor Wu.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Regarding the San Gabriel Lunar Lantern Festival scheduled for February 17 and 18, Councilmember Dean and I had the opportunity last Thursday to promote our event at the KZN Sino TV station. And we are excited about this new year, this year 2-day event, and anticipated will be a lot of fun for everyone. And I would like to also express my gratitude to Shilai Temple for letting us 3 major lanterns, Dragon, Bonnie, and Pig, each like 10 feet high. And in the evening, children, they will receive a free lanterns sponsored by Taiwan Tourism Administration. And I would just like to show some of the sample here. Cool. This is really nice. I mean, they actually have those like different themes, different animals.
The children of all ages, or just?
Yeah, I want one. I want one.
This dragon. Lanterns, yes. Yes, and we have, actually, children will receive free lanterns sponsor. This is by Taiwan Tourism Bureau. And also a total 1,000 lanterns and 500 each days will be available for children to assemble on site or take home. And available while supply lasts. And lastly, I would like to thank Director of Community Service, Rebecca, for her efforts and coordination. And also I would like to thank you, our PD, Chief Alazade, and the Fire Department, our Chief Wallace, and also Public Works, for everyone, your efforts to make this event happen. Thank you very much.
All right. Councilmember Menchaca?
Thank you. I wanted to also mention I went to the Monterey Park Lunar Festival. It was pretty amazing, the number of people. We were there at 10 o'clock. There was 3 of us there, and it was full. It was packed. Thousands and thousands of people. So hopefully we're going to get some of that for our Lunar Festival. So I'm very excited about it. This is the first time San Gabriel's ever done it for 2 days. So the lantern, and it's our first lantern festival, Lunar Lantern Festival. So hopefully everybody will be there. And let's see, the art gallery, I know it was previously mentioned, but for those latecomers who didn't get to hear it in the beginning, I wanted just to read a little bit about it. Celebrating San Gabriel by attending the Art for the Soul Art Gallery featuring the vibrant work of LA artist Lonnie Edmond, also known as Lon Kent. The exhibit is free and open to the public until March 15th at Blossom Market Hall. Come out to meet the artists event, and that's going to be on Saturday, February 24th from 12 to 3 p.m., so you get to meet the artists. It's a wonderful way to support the 2024 theme of African Americans in the arts and to acknowledge the contributions of African Americans to artistic expression in our country. And then, lastly, I also wanted to mention the ICA conference. I do have a little brochure here if anybody would like to look at it. All 5 of us were there. I wanted to focus on, Councilmember Chen already mentioned the fentanyl. There was one called Fentanyl, the crisis sweeping our cities. One of the panelists was Dr. Drew Pinsky. And so one of the things that really caught my attention is that, we need to reframe or redo the narrative of the fentanyl crisis. It's really a pandemic. 2/3 of the teenagers who die from fentanyl overdose, it was discovered that it was their first time trying drugs, and they're really trying to find ways to partner. Well, we should really try to find ways to partner with schools to complement efforts to combat this pandemic that's going on with fentanyl. And then the police recruiting and retention, some of the highlights that I wrote down, because I think that's been a big issue. Everybody there mentioned that it's been very, very hard to do police recruitment for a variety of reasons. But one of the ways they were trying to provide examples, the panelists that were there that were chiefs from other cities, they mentioned single-day testing. I know it's a big barrier for us here, but to try to have single-day testing, because if you don't get them right away, they're going to go somewhere else that's much faster. So we need to streamline the process. They mentioned a program called Aspire program, which is scholarships that you give to college students who are aspiring to be in criminal justice, and that for some cities that works. They think about those students, come back to their cities to be in law enforcement. So scholarships, birthday holiday, might sound a little, hokey, but apparently birthday holidays are very popular in law enforcement. They also mentioned, knowing your city, promote your city, that don't assume that people know that San Gabriel or whatever city is wonderful. Try to promote it to get potential recruits excited about coming and working here. And that to be conscientious about the new generation, they value time more than ever. And so that has to be also somehow baked into the recruitment, that their time is valuable and find ways to give them that time. And that for all of us to keep in mind that that there's so many added responsibilities to law enforcement that is making it more difficult to entice any newcomers to the profession. So it was very enlightening to hear all the things that different cities are trying to do to be different, to stand out, and to hire the best we can, whether it's our police or fire. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ding.
Yeah, okay. I echo all the 3 council members. They mentioned the Lunar New Year in the Monterey Park. I have a chance over there. It's pretty amazing. Okay, hopefully on the February 17, 18 we can have. And then we have with the, it's also appreciate the way partner with the KAZN together. They are planning the 2 days event, but actually if you use the Lunar New Year, usually we celebrate from the first day and then till the New Year 15, like a Latin festival. So we consolidated 2 days. That's reasonable because 15 days, the celebration, consolidated 2 days. Okay, so I think a community will be exciting, and I encourage you to not just Asia American or Chinese American to attend it. So all the community, the member, they can have used this opportunity to learning the cultural exchange, the cultural, yeah, and it's I think also mentioned not just the daytime and the evening time. This time it should be fantastic too because I have a Latin, you have the loud light, yeah. So I saw a lot of the Rebecca and with the Casey and had the team, a lot of the kids activity like pony ride and cannibal and face painting and chalk painting on the street. So it's a lot of the kids activity. So you can bring the whole family over there. And another things I really like. This time we use the parking lot for the vendor, especially for if elder people, it's hard to walk. So it's a unique. They can easy to access different booths. Before closed street, it's good too, but it's a more distant in the walk. But if you use the parking lot, it's really help them, especially for elder people. Okay, so. Yeah, so I really, even I just tell the community and the council member, this is Lunar New Year in the Southern California, like the celebration Lunar New Year, even the evening celebration, probably more than 40 different organizations to do that. So sometimes for me it's hard to attend everything. Okay, so but if I attend it, I always use this opportunity to explore our event. It's February 17 and 18. Hopefully this time is very successful, and I think probably hopefully 50 or 80,000 people can 2 days to attend our event. So it's a unique, especially because I always talking about our city. It's a really unique city. We are like in the county of Los Angeles. We are with the angel, but it's a famous angel, the Gabriel. And the Lunar New Year, you should be the Gabriel have bring the good news for our community and for our city of San Gabriel. So happy Lunar New Year.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ding. I would say the ICA was a good event. No matter how many you go to, you always learn something. And I think they're very well done because they're by council members, for council members. I think one of the things that often we don't appreciate as much as we should is the fact, like Mark said, we get to be together and not in a meeting and just kind of socialize, as well as meet our colleagues that have a lot of the same concerns, same issues, or different issues that we may not even be aware of, and just compare notes. It's a very valuable exercise just to hear different perspectives, different problems, how different. Just every city is different. People don't appreciate it until you either live in a different city or visit a different city enough to see how different they are. Every city has its own unique character. Even though we all are in quote unquote Los Angeles area, we are all different. They all have each have their unique character. So I really do appreciate that. Next, on February 28th, 2024, Wednesday, February 28th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., the San Gabriel Police Department, along with the American Red Cross, is sponsoring a blood drive. It's Battle of the Badges. It's February 28th, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the San Gabriel Mission Playhouse in the Glass Room Gallery. That's 320 South Mission Drive, San Gabriel, California, 91776. While supplies last, you can get a Battle of the Badges T-shirt and a $20 Amazon gift card for donating. So I hope as many people as we can get to attend will go there and give your blood. That's one of the most valuable things that you can donate other than your time is your blood. It really does save lives. So many people will appreciate the fact that when they go to the hospital, there is a supply there. So please participate if you're able to. With that, we have no closed session tonight, so I will adjourn at 10:43 PM to our next regular city council meeting, February 20th, 2024, at 6:30 PM.